We have a card going around for Michelle Kelly. She was city clerk here for many years. Her husband passed away over the weekend.
We are welcome.
Okay. Council reports.
I have a request.
Okay.
So Karen at LOL, you all see a printout in front of you. I forwarded this to City Council last week. And so she's from Growing Home, as we all know. We've had a long relationship with Growing Home. They have this great idea to research the feasibility of getting a food co-op, which I think we've all heard the feedback from the community that there needs to be a solution there. This money that she's asking for would go towards a few things. So it's to research the actual study, to do the education. So they're connected with all the experts, but they need to really find out if this is a feasible self-sustaining model. That's the idea here, that it's a creative food system solution. It's self-sustained, it's owned by the community. They've surveyed the community as well. People want this, they want something. And I think it's a fantastic way that we can show also support for South Westminster in this food desert that they have to live through. So I'm requesting if council would like to approve this funding request for our project.
My first thought would be allowing staff to go and talk with them because we don't know what they're working on, and just making sure we aren't duplicating any efforts. So my first thought before we approve anything would just ask staff to go and chit chat with them. Yeah.
I think maybe what we could do, because I do agree it would be helpful to understand the scope of the work that would be done, because I think for sure this is something that we need to do, and to have staff participate. So if we could, potentially call out an item for 75,000, is it 75,000? That would go towards food access in the southern portion of Westminster, and an analysis, and maybe we can get more bang for our buck. I don't know, but that would be my thought. I'm fully supportive of it.
Yes.
I'm a little bit in between. I'm all for staff going to talk to them and see, what they're working on, and compare notes with what we're working on. 75,000 is a lot of money that we've never had in the budget before for something like that. On top of that's not necessarily a city municipal type function. So I'd be curious what our partners are doing to serve those needs. Additionally, I'd be curious staff's input on what exactly they're working on before I said yes, but right off, I'm not sure that I would be in favor of that.
No.
No.
Right off the top, when I got this and read this, and I know I've been a longtime supporter of Growing Home long before I was even on council, and so I understand the direct work that they do with the community, and I am sure that they have Karen and her staff probably put a great deal of thought on this. I have some deep concerns about whether it is our proper scope, but I would also I'd like to hear from staff as well. So,
thank you all. Listening to the discussion, staff can certainly go and meet with Growing Home, talk to them about their thinking. I do know that our team has also been working on other options in this context, in this part of our community. So we could bring those conversations together, and we could talk with Growing Home about their thinking, and then we could come back to you and let you know what we found out and such. We wouldn't take any steps before then, but we could meet with Growing Home and have a discussion about our mutual efforts and such in this part of our community, and then come back to you.
I think that sounds like a great plan. Thanks.
Could I also ask that staff inquires about if this is a long-term ask because I would want to understand if this is one time or if the funding is in perpetuity, because part of my initial ask or part of my initial note is not quite understanding what we have in the works with staff, and then understanding if this is in perpetuity for funding.
In addition to that, one of my concerns, and so it kind of lends to the same question, is if you do a study and then, I mean, that's just a study, then there actually has to be action to do something. So along those same lines, that's not something I see supporting to fund as a city. So I would be curious, like if they have any idea of like long-term thought as far as like what revenue streams would be if they actually came up with a plan that fit the needs of the community.
One of the, this funding request is one time, and it's to see if a for-profit food co-op it can be self-sustained, meaning they won't be a nonprofit food co-op, which would require a perpetuity setup. But the reason why they're asking for this money from us is because funding requests for this purpose, for a feasibility study, is typically not funded by the usual sources, funding sources that they have. It's not part of the scope of what most of their funding sources actually fund. So they're looking for a way of getting the information that they need so that we do it right the first time, rather than jumping into it without knowing.
What I'm hearing from everyone is let Jody or whoever it is go and have the conversations, come back, but nothing's going to be obligated.
Can I just throw one more other point that I'd be curious to know about? Like if being involved for a long time, I know we used to have an organization, Have a Heart Town, in that part of town that served as a need. And for some reason, they didn't continue to exist. So I would be curious how that kind of plays into it, because I used to support that organization and visit them multiple times, and they were pretty busy. So I'm curious if they're looking at a for-profit, why potentially a nonprofit who filled that space is no longer.
It was mainly because the two people that started it were getting elderly and no one was willing to take it over. So they had to finally say, with no one else to take it over, they had to close shop. They were part of Westy Cares, so that's the reason. Are you good with discussion?
Yes, thank you all. That's been very helpful. We'll do the work and get back with you.
Okay. Then we had Proposition 123. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you for raising that. We do have Mr. Chris Lindsay here, Assistant City Manager. Thank you for the advanced question. Some information from Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So on this year's ballot, there's a number of state measures, quite a blue book this year. I believe there's 11 total measures that we'll be voting on. Staff is actually working on drafting recommendations for those this week. So if I could have a little bit of leeway as we work through with our policy staff, lobbyists, with our staff experts in some of these fields on recommendations, we're going to bring those back to you in a holistic manner in the next couple of weeks. But I don't have a specific recommendation on this one tonight.
Whoever was asking needed it before then, but I know we had one no. So you might like a general poll of where this council sits. Anybody else?
No.
No.
Yes, and just so everyone knows, this is affordable housing, right? Is that the?
Yeah.
It's an important need for the community, for the state, for the county. It's very important, and I think we need to increase our housing supply, our stock of units, and this will help. So I'm a yes.
You can imagine I'm a yes.
No.
You were no.
You had 1, 2, 3.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council questions for tonight's meeting.
Don't we have a report?
Go ahead.
I went to Dr. Cog they were worried about their money. Okay? If we don't meet the greenhouse gas requirements, it's my understanding, you can verify, that CDOT takes back the funding distribution, right?
Or wouldn't give it if
Right.
we weren't showing how we would mitigate, a project would mitigate for.
Right. So their major concern was they still had control over money. I should mention that call 2 was approved and we got $700 and odd thousand for the bus stop on Federal. Right now, call 3 is active. I think this is the last day. I don't know if the city's put any requests in for call 3. And call 4 begins in Thanksgiving. So if we want to make a request for call 4, we need to do that. They also said that they need a volunteer to serve on the selection committee that evaluates the proposals put in on the calls. So I don't know if there's some member that wants to do that. The Boulder member was, what should I say? Word choice, quizzical. She did not like the voluntary aspect of it. I got from her impression that she wants mandatory. So there is that sentiment on the council. And then after we did that, we got into the aging and how the aging services Dr. Cog provides are coming up on a funding of the precipice within a couple years. So that was the reward.
Any questions? Anybody else have any reports?
Just one, this last week, Special Permits and Licensing Board continues to hear new licenses. And I believe they have a full docket at the first meeting of next month as well, too. So that board has continued to work with new business licensees in Westminster. So that's great news.
Questions for tonight's agenda?
Just a quick question. Let me bring it up. And it is for, hold on. For our city attorney's office, as far as, okay. For first reading of Councilor's Bill number 45, amendment to Title 5 of the Westminster Municipal Code as it relates to bonds and issuance required for persons and entities. It said in the summary statement that it was last approved by council on December 10th, 2010. And I'm just curious as how often that we take time to review these sorts of updates.
Well, my understanding, Counselor, is that community development has taken the lead on this, and that Mr. Lozman might be familiar with more of the schedule of review as far as updates to the code on these types of bond and insurance requirements, different guarantees.
I don't need it tonight. It was just
Sorry,
not
what's the question?
How frequently are we reviewing these types of requirements for the bond level and the insurance level for right-of-way permits, work within the right-of-way?
This is the first time we've done it for a really long time. So we just did a recent survey of other communities to make sure we're in line with what their requirements are. That's the purpose of this ordinance, is to bring it in line with those other jurisdictions. It's kind of a cleanup ordinance.
Do we have like a expectation as far as like every 5 years, every 3 years, make sure that we're in alignment?
No, the insurance requirements actually can be sufficient for quite a long time, actually. We have a fairly substantial insurance requirements in this program, so I think we're fine for a fairly long time.
Great, thank you.
I'll just add to that too, in reviewing that, they are not at all out of alignment with what most of our neighbors are requesting from a municipal standpoint, nor any private entities too.
And I wasn't insinuating that. I was very odd that it was 12 years post.
Yeah.
So it is a very fair question as far as how often that we look at this.
Yeah.
I do have a question for Mr. Lozman, but on a different.
Okay.
The resurfacing and try that again. The restriping of 112. Are they gonna let us extend bike lanes all the way over to Huron? Because I remember currently the bike lanes start, good Lord, like halfway down in between the two streets, and
When we originally did 112 several years ago, we tried to get bike lanes the entire length of that
Yeah.
project. And North Glen wasn't in favor of that. I guess I'd have to ask probably Kurt Meyer to answer that question because they may have changed their mind at this point.
yeah, I feel like they might have, or they might be open to the suggestion.
Yeah, so we haven't discussed that. We haven't gone to that level of detail with North Glen just yet. Certainly when we get into the resurfacing and the specifics of it, we will ask them and propose bike lanes to them in coordination with our engineer. It's really up to them. It's their roadway if they want to put in bike lanes, and if they don't, that's their prerogative.
Okay, well, I hope we ask.
We
Strongly
definitely
encourage.
will ask. We definitely will ask.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, or do you have anything?
Or not for pre-meeting there.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Counselor Baker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Present.
Counselor Emmons.
Present.
Counselor Azadi.
Here.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
Counselor Nermella. Here. And Counselor Seymour.
Here.
That brings us to motion to approve the minutes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the September 12th, 2022 meeting as presented.
Counselor Seymour?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of September 12th. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to presentations, and this is always our fun part of the evening. We have 20, 25, and 30 years, and we ask that as you are invited to come up, all family members, friends, whoever's here comes up with you, because we've been known to go out into the audience and get you. So, Counselor Seymour, you are first up with the 20-year.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the honor of presenting the 20-year awards. We have 3 people who are in their 20th year. One of them was unable to make it to the meeting tonight. So I want to recognize Marcelo Arguella, who started with the city in October of 2002 as a plant operator 2, working at the Big Dry Creek. And in 2015, he was promoted to plant operator 3. He has worked hard to secure his upper level certificate in English as not his primary language. Prior to working in the city, Marcelo worked in Snowmass Village in both the operations of water and wastewater. One of Marcelo's favorite things to do is to watch soccer games and track them as they begin qualifying for the World Cup. For many years, as a young man, Marcelo played soccer on a team in both San Miguel and Mexico City. Marcelo and his wife had 3 daughters and 7 grandchildren, ranging in ages from 7 to 23 years of age. I'm exhausted reading it. So it is a very special time when they can have all their kids over to share a meal and to watch the Super Bowl together. Marcelo enjoys traveling to Mexico, where he was born, and experiences a lot of relaxation with his family. So if you run into Marcelo or send him an email, congratulate him on 20 years. Have Lieutenant Stephen Bennett come down. If you could make the introductions for us.
Well, this is my wife, Kayla. For quite a while. This is 30 years.
30 years. All right. Does she get a pen for that? Well done.
Ooh, nice.
Well done. Good. Stephen Bennett was hired as a paramedic for the Westminster Fire Department in 2002, promoted to lieutenant in 2014, and promoted to captain in 2021. His current assignment is fire captain at Station 5, our station, on C shift. Prior to joining the Westminster Fire Department, Steve worked as a paramedic for the Castle Rock Fire Department. During his tenure with the Westminster Fire Department, Steve has held multiple positions and served on numerous committees and special teams. These have included the following: serving as Westminster instructor at the North Area Fire Academy 3 times, and as the lead instructor 1 time, serving on the dive team and receiving his certification as a public safety diver instructor, and coordinating fire department holiday cherry drive for the last 5 years. Steve is married to his wife, Kayla, of 30 years, and together they have successfully raised 3 children. Nice. Steve loves the water and being outdoors. 2 of his absolute favorite things to do are to visit as many beaches as possible and to ride his electric skateboard. I'm on with that one. So no, just beaches. That skateboard sounds dangerous. So I'd like to congratulate Captain Bennett on 20 years of service. Congratulations. Usually that's me. I jinxed him. No. And can I have Tammy Newton and the Newton gang come down, please?
Big.
The entourage. I'm going to let you let's scoot over this way so people can see them behind there. There we go. That way they're out front. I'll let you do the introductions.
Okay. At the end down there's my husband, Bill, 41 years. Ryan, and right next door is Katie, my daughter Katie, and Ryan is her boyfriend. My oldest daughter, Kelly, and her daughters right here, Emery and Layton, and my son, John.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
Tammy Newton started her career with the city in May 2002 as a part-time secretary in the Public Works and Utility Department. In 2005, she continued to work at this position and added another part-time position as Administrative Secretary for Information and Technologies Department. In 2006, she began working for the General Department full-time Administrative Secretary. Now she works in Human Resources as an Executive Assistant. Tammy has been recognized in a variety of Teams and Action Awards, was awarded the Internal Customer Service Award in 2008, and received the Spirit Award in 2017. On a personal note, Tammy is an Iowa farm girl who moved to Colorado in 1980. She and her husband, Bill, have been married for 41 years and have 3 grown children, a son-in-law, and 2 beautiful granddaughters. Yep. Tammy is spending time with her family and friends, traveling, cooking, gourmet dinner group, and the neighborhood book club, who are all in attendance. So please, congratulations to Tammy on 20 years. Gotta drop something. All right. Got a big enough group. Don't cover those two. Okay. Right there. Don't cover your legs. There you go. There you go. As long as you can see me, I can see you. There we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Looking right here. Right here. 1, 2, 3. One more. Congratulations. Appreciate it. Thank you. If it still works.
Testing, yes. I don't know that I wanted to come up here after all of that, goodness. I'm going to do 25 years, and we have Holly Clayton, who isn't able to be here tonight. She was hired September 15th, 1997 as a housing inspector to administer the newly created rental property maintenance inspection program. The rental inspection program team is responsible for the inspection, licensing, and registration of over 14,000 individual rental units in the city. Holly and her team, Deb Thomas and Devin Torres, are proud to say that the rental inspection program was one of the recipients of the 2011 City of Westminster Legacy Awards, which recognize programs that have been influential in shaping Westminster during its first 100 years as a city. The program has also been recognized by other Colorado cities as a model for the successful implementation of rental housing code. Holly was raised in Westminster and graduated from Westminster High School. She demonstrates her passion for housing and pride in Westminster through the rental inspection program. Holly enjoys spending time with her husband, Bill, a former building plans analyst for the city. Her daughter, Jessica Sorensen, formerly a building plans analyst for the city. Her son, Joshua, daughter, Chrissy, and 5 grandchildren. She enjoys reading, football, and spending time with family. Robin Haycock. How are you tonight? Good to see you. Congratulations. welcome everybody. You can introduce everybody for us.
These are my two daughters, Jessica and Megan, and my husband, Bob.
And welcome. Robin moved to the countryside neighborhood in 1983 with her, and her summer days were spent at the countryside outdoor pool. Deb Larson hired Robin in 1997 as a substitute guest relations clerk at Countryside. Who knew that this would start Robin's 25-year career in the city at the Swim and Fitness Center and then City Park Fitness Center opening in 1999. The best part of her job are the bonds formed with coworkers and guests. Teamwork is very important before COVID, has been so crucial since then, and confirms just how resilient we all are. Robin and her husband, Bob, have celebrated their 47th wedding anniversary. Congratulations. Their two daughters and son-in-laws have blessed them with 5 beautiful grandsons, aged 4 through 7, and that keeps you busy, who all live in Denver, so there's never a dull moment in their household. Robin's folks are in their 90s and living independently in Hawaii, so you have to travel there every once in a while. Just have to do it. Robin enjoys cooking, trying new recipes, along with new foods and gardening. The purchase of a new e-bike has opened new doors for Robin this summer. Those e-bikes are cool, aren't they? Yeah. Well, Robin, I'm giving you the certificate. Congratulations, but I always give the spouse or whoever comes with you the check. That'll keep you together at least another year, right? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Together. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Well, here's somebody near and dear to my heart, Barbara Opie. Now, you can't be all alone. Working at the fire station? All right. Well, you've got the whole family here. So, all right. Barbara Opie was hired in 1997 in September as the city manager. She was promoted to budget and special projects manager in 2006. And assistant city manager in 2012. In 2016, Barbara was promoted to her current position of deputy city manager. As deputy city manager, she works directly with the city's fire, parks, recreation and libraries, police, and public works and utilities departments. She started her municipal career in Illinois prior to joining the team in Westminster. I did not know that. Barbara believes that the best part of work in the city is the people and our ability to have a positive impact on our community. She is grateful and proud to be part of the team that works daily to make Westminster a great place to live, work, and play. And because of you, we are a great place to work and play. And thank you, and you get your own check.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Right. Thank you. I get to do 30 years. Jackie Bowers, come on down. I had the pleasure of working with Jackie for many, many years. I don't know if it's the same pleasure with her working with me, but I am really excited. I get to read your, where is it? Oh. I was just so excited to be able to do Jackie's. I forgot to, oh. Do you want to introduce your team?
I would love to. This is my current boss, Emily Littlejohn, Director of IT. Art Ray from IT. Larry Dorr, Deputy City Manager. Barbara Opie, Deputy City Manager. Jody Andrews, Interim City Manager. And Cody Erb. Everybody knows her.
So Jackie Bowers began as a seasonal employee for the Public Works Youth Department in 1992 while she was a junior in high school. Wow. She progressed in her career within the department and was ultimately promoted to the executive aide in the city manager's office, where she assisted Deputy City Manager Jody Andrews. Over the last few months, Jackie has been enjoying a new adventure of learning all about the wonderful world of technology with the Information Technology Department. Combined with her tremendous skills, she is known throughout the organization for her helpful nature and friendly attitude, as well as her alter ego, Jackie of all trades. If you haven't seen one, you should, where she highlights the many roles filled by employees throughout the organization. When Jackie isn't busy making the city sparkle, she enjoys fixing every little ailment with her magical oils, accomplishing home improvements, and spending time with her family. Jackie and, is it Devin? Okay, sorry, my brain. Who also works at the city as a Parks foreperson, have been married for 19 years. Together, they love hanging out with their wonderful, furry, yellow lab named Stella. And may I just say, she's also been a Westminster resident her whole life. So she's very committed to the city. All right, let's get I'm afraid to drop it. Odd. Okay. So sorry.
Take the pin off.
Oh,
Can we take that?
yeah, take the pin. Oh,
We can
Lord.
touch that.
Oh. Okay, that was all very.
Hang on to it. Yeah, can we do, let's do 2 rows. So, we get Jackie and we get you up front and Cody, can you get up front too?
You don't know what's gonna happen.
Yep, and Emily too. Emily, can I get you up front as well? There we go. Thank you, Cody. All right. Barbara, I can see you.
Roughest
You take one step that way. There we go. Great. Perfect. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
A lot of that for you.
Is Dan Shandamar here? He's not. Oh, I should have read this. He's not here. So Dan Shandamar was hired in Public Works and Utilities in 1992 and has spent 25 years in the Utilities Division and 5 years in the Street Division. During this time, Dan has led several work groups, including wastewater maintenance and rehabilitation, meter shop, water line replacement program, utility locates, snow removal, and is currently a part of the street maintenance team. Dan and his wife, Michelle, who works in the Information Technology Department, have over 70 years of service with the city. Impressive. They have been married for 26 years and have 2 children and 4 grandchildren. They enjoy spending time together on the beach, at church, with family and friends, and chasing their favorite music artists around the country. So give it up for Dan. I'll stay up here and invite the planning division. We're going to switch out unless you want to make an official switch. Okay. We're doing the planning. What do we call it? What's this thing called? Proclamation. It's planning month, everybody. And do we have any planning? Oh, we do have some planning commissioners. Awesome. So every year, the American Planning Association celebrates the art and effort of planning. And so they want to highlight the planner contributions to our community. And that is everything from the streets that we drive in on to the land uses and the that are above. And it's a very important job and role for our community. And we have both current planning functions as well as long-range planning functions. Stay tuned for comprehensive plan next Monday, right? Study session. All right, so I will, oh wait, no, I'm not gonna read yet. You guys introduce yourselves.
John McConnell, Interim Planning Manager.
Stephanie Ashman, Senior Planner.
Jacob Kaza, Senior Planner.
Jennifer Baden, Associate Planner.
David Gurman, Senior Planner. Larry Dunn, Planning Commission. Dave Downing, Honorary Planner.
Andrew Spurgeon, recently returned Principal Planner.
Amy Johnson, Senior Planner.
Deborah Baskett, Senior Transportation and Mobility Planner.
Jim Boschert, Planning Commission Chairman.
I used to be a planner here. These are my coworkers.
Sean McCartney, urban designer.
All right, I'm going to read it. All right. Whereas change is constant and affects large and small communities, counties, and other places, and whereas community planning and plan making can help manage this change and also better help communities respond to economic turmoil and regional, national, and global challenges, and whereas community planning provides opportunities for residents to be involved in making choices that determine the future of their community, including how they live, work, and play. And whereas the full benefits of planning require public officials and citizens who understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. And whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States and its territories. And whereas the American Planning Association and its professional institute, the American Institute of Certified Planners, endorse National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight the contributions planning and plan implementation make to the quality of our built environment. And whereas the celebration of National Community Planning Month provides the opportunity to recognize the participation and dedication of the members of the Planning Commission and other citizen planners who have contributed their time and expertise to the betterment of the City of Westminster. And whereas we recognize the contributions made by the Planning Commission members and extend our gratitude for their commitment to public service. Now, therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, do hereby proclaim October to be National Community Planning Month, signed this 26th day of September, 2022. Yay, planners!
Back row to swap real quick. You can see me okay? Okay, great. There we go. That's the whole gang. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thanks, guys.
That brings us to public comment time. How many people do we have signed up?
We have 4 in-person speakers and 1 voicemail.
First person up.
The first person is Carol Campbell.
Welcome.
Thank you. You guys haven't seen me in a while, but this is my favorite topic. So today we're talking about water. When are we going to hear about the water treatment plant options and decisions? I noticed that on the agenda tonight, the water rates for 2023 are coming up. And I think we were promised that we would know what we were doing before we looked at the rates again. So here we are, and we're looking at the budget for 2023, and we're looking at the water rates for 2023. It's pretty important to know what we're building. There's only 2 ways to pay for the water treatment plant. One is new user fees, and the other is the people of Westminster. And yeah, you can get a bond and you can do all sorts of things, but it comes down to the taxpayers in Westminster paying for this. So it's very concerning that we don't know the answer to the question about what we're building. And if we're considering once again to give the large summer water users a break next year and not actually considering the cost of clean water production, it is very disconcerting to me, and I think to all residents of Westminster, about what we might have to pay in the future for a new water treatment plant while we pretend that we don't need a new water treatment plant with these low rates. So I would appreciate getting a response to my question as to the timing of the water treatment plant options discussion and decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Karen Calavity.
Welcome.
Hello.
Karen Calavity, 9940 West Cliff Parkway. I just want to bring up Bev Capra died last week, and she was known to me for a short time, but I realized what her impact has been over the years. She's probably the biggest proponent of keeping the Westminster Old Town in any semblance of Old Town. I talk a little bit about Old Town Westminster with some people outside of the city, and they said, "Oh, Westminster has an Old Town?" It's like every city has an Old Town. It just depends on how well it's respected and cared for, or completely decimated. Westminster Old Town is halfway decimated, but Bev Capra did what she could do to keep it in some kind of tact. And I think she should be remembered and honored. And I recently attended two of the, I don't know what they are considered, some Old Town meetings, and I'm unfortunately a little suspicious of what it is. It's another public input session where you put your blue dots and your Post-it notes on the boards, and underlying, I think, is just a plan to have corporate takeover in this blighted area that has been a created blighted area by the non-concern of the city to keep it in an intact condition. There are places that keep their old towns in intact and good conditions, and Westminster is not one of those. And the places that do that actually have a good business base. I mean, it's a draw when you have a successful, well-kept downtown. And I just should respect what I've worked for a long time. Maybe put up a gazebo on the other side of the street from her place in honor of her, which is what she wanted. And that's instead of, for instance, a 3-story parking garage, which is not a historic structure, just as an FYI. That's what I wanted to say. I wanted to respect Bev Capra in this meeting.
Thank you.
The next speaker is McCoy.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor McNally and City Council. What you may or may not know, we could have celebrated here in October my 41st year as a resident of Westminster and a proud resident of that. But today I'm here representing Westminster Public Schools, where I have the opportunity to share an initiative that will significantly impact our community. For decades, WPS has provided robust vocational and career technical education programming. To date, we have over 13 CTE pathways from drone technologies to construction engineering, where students are earning industry and college certificates. And many of our students, upon completion of these programs, are leaving to industry where they're being hired due to their skills. For this academic year, at the moment, we have over 1,500 students who are enrolled in a CTE program at Westminster High School. This leads me to our initiative, Random Reimagine. Most of the community will recognize the 1962 200,000 square foot facility as Random High School. For others, it has served as a comprehensive middle school. Last spring, the Board of Education voted to bring the middle school offline and has committed $20 million to reimagine Random into a CTE innovation campus. This campus will help address our community workforce needs, where our students will be on pathways to a thriving wage upon completion. The initial investment will expand new programming and enhance our current CTE curriculum that is at Westminster High School. What is unique about Random is the partnerships that we are bringing to the table. As a state entity and city entity, governments, we know that our resources are limited. And so that's why we are looking at this as a shared approach, shared resource model, where we are in conversations with our local community colleges from Front Range to Red Rocks to CCD as well as some of our state universities, as Metro State University and CU, in regards to partnering on programming that is really not provided here in Westminster, so that we can expand opportunities for our students. These partnerships will expand beyond just government entities, where we're looking to, in addition to government entities, where we're looking to school districts around us to partner on programming that they might not have within their footprint. So collectively, we have a shared responsibility and resource to elevate the next workforce. What makes this unique is that this facility, Ranham, will be a campus that will not only provide opportunities for students grade through 6 through 12, but will be a resource for adult learners as well. We want to elevate our community collectively. Now, with that being said, the first investment of $20 million that the Board of Education has approved will only touch about 50,000 square feet of our current facility. So the programming that we're looking at Ranham will come into 3 phases, and as part of our larger 2030 destination plan. But in phase 1, which will come online August 2024, will expand our current construction engineering programming that we already have. So where we will be looking to add, in addition to our general construction, we will have electrical, HVAC, and plumbing, and hoping that within these partnerships that we will have pathways for our students through apprenticeships. Completion, they can get right into the work. In addition to that, pathways in construction management, as well as civil engineering, which our students are already dabbling with. In addition, we are looking at expanding what is dramatically needed in Adams County as a whole, but is healthcare and biomedical professionals. And so again, looking to see what we can do in partnership with our entities to expand and provide clinic space as well for our community as a whole. The expansion where we're adding programming will be automation, robotics, and optics technology. So when we talk advanced manufacturing, all of these programs that we're talking about at Westminster Public Schools will create pathways for our students to that thriving wage. Because we know not every student is destined for a 4-year degree, nor is that a reality for everybody, nor should it be. There are pathways that we can create where students can go out, whether it's a 1-year certificate, a 2-year associate's degree, or an apprentice program, where they themselves can go out and make a thriving wage within the community that they reside. Now, I know over the next months and years, you're going to have a lot of questions that come up, and people are going to ask you about Ranham. So that is why I am here. And I look forward to an opportunity in a future study session where maybe Westminster Public Schools can come and collaborate with the City of Westminster on this initiative. And if anyone has questions, whether it's you or community members, please direct them my way, and I will give my contact information, which I know Rich already has, but I'll get that to all of you so you can share that willingly. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming and sharing what's happening.
It's exciting. Thank you.
James McInnes is our next speaker.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thanks. I'm here to talk about a couple of things. First, kind of got glossed over really quickly in the discussion of the use for Ranham, but biomedical engineers, in case you don't know, are also called clinical engineering staff, and they are the people in hospitals who keep all that stuff, beds, monitors, perfusion machines, all the things that keep you alive and or comfortable in a hospital, working. So it's a very complicated job, and there are not enough biomedical engineers. There's not a hospital or healthcare facility in the state right now that's fully staffed. I know that because for the last 20 years, I've been working with those people to supply the testing equipment that they use. So that tiny little piece of what they're doing at Ranham is so valuable. So just a thought. What I really wanted to discuss tonight, though, was, and I don't have notes, and this isn't fleshed out at all, but I understand that Jeffco is closing 2 elementary schools in the neighborhood, one right up on 112th, in fact. And I've also noticed that Westminster doesn't have any specific homeless facilities. So if there's a homeless person who needs a shelter bed, they get bused to North Glen or Denver. The problem is, though, that when they get bused to one of those places, they don't know if there's a bed. So, if the Bible's your thing, Jesus used to talk about or talked about all the time, how you treat the least of you is how you treat me. So if Christianity is your thing, then it's worth having a conversation about homelessness, not to put them on buses and move them to the outskirts of town, but to actually provide services and care and help for these people. There are a lot of drug addicts. There are a lot of alcoholics. They need help. There are a lot of people who simply can't afford to pay rent. They have jobs, they have kids, they don't have a place to stay, and they can't afford one. I live across the street from an apartment complex that's $1,700 a month for one bedroom. A 2-bedroom apartment in this town is about $2,300 a month. If you're making $15 an hour on a minimum wage job, or even 20, frankly, you can't do $2,200 a month. And sure, that's, a high-end apartment complex, but it's not the highest end. And even rundown places are not much less expensive. So there's a fair number of the people who call Westminster home who don't actually have a home, and they need help. So repurposing a school, for instance, and its grounds could provide a place for counseling and help for alcoholics and addicts who need counseling and help. It could provide daycare services for unhoused people who need to go to work but can't afford daycare and are single parents, whether it be male or female. It could provide in some portion of the building shelter beds. And on the outside of the building, in the parking lot, there could be safe car camping. And on the grounds around the school, there could be safe tent camping for people at not a horribly deep cost to the city. And the federal government and the state government both have money available. I think Denver has put up something like half of the Inflation Reduction Act money that it got to deal with its homeless situation. And for Westminster to ship its homeless people to Denver, it's not a good look. So I just wanted to kind of maybe put the bug in your ear, open the conversation, and see if there isn't something that we can do to help the people who called Westminster home, but don't actually have one. So thanks so much for your time tonight. Oh, and I'd love to also know when the water treatment plant thing is gonna actually be addressed. And I'm curious why we spent another $1 million to do another study on top of the 3 years of study we already did. So if somebody could get back to me, I'd be grateful. Anyway, thanks so much for your time. I appreciate it. And thanks for taking time to do this work.
Thank you. That was the last in-person speaker we had signed up. I think we can now play the voicemails.
Thank you. And is there anyone in the audience that didn't get signed up that would like to speak? Seeing no one, that brings us to report of city officials. Interim City Manager Jody Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. I could have two parts of my comments tonight. First, I would like to ask Mr. Eric Otzelberger. He's our city's operations and community preservation manager. He's going to give us an update on 7731 Knox Court. And then if I could follow Mr. Otzelberger with a few extra brief comments. Thank you.
Kathy, could we check if those other mics are on? Because it seems like there's an echo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So what City Clerk Fitch is passing around, and what we're passing around here are some photos of the inside of the full containment tent at 7731 Knox Court. Overall, asbestos remediation is going very well. Hopefully by the end of this week, the crew from D&K should be completing the current phase, which is the front half of the lot. As shared photos last week, it's a substantial effort in the way of manual labor. And hopefully the photos go to show just the seriousness in the eyes of the state of Colorado through the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment when it comes to full containment of the debris pile, and then the 5 gigantic roll-offs that are sealed in with negative air pressure. The debris is going in there, and then it's being safely disposed. So last week we did have another inspection with CDPHE, passed that with flying colors. They were very impressed with the work of our contractor, D&K Works. It's no small feat in carpentry to build a temporary structure like that and maintain negative air pressure, and they've been doing very well. At the hopefully conclusion of this week, we'll move on to the next and final phase of the cleanup, which will be the back rear half of the lot. Most of the debris, or a majority of the debris, was in the front. There still is, as you can see from the photos that were shared last week, still a significant amount of debris in the back, but that should go a little bit quicker than in the front. So making great progress. City Attorney's Office and I are starting to work through ownership considerations. I have a meeting later this week with the current owner, Betty Doyle, and have been in conversations with that family. Of course, as it has been, mission number 1 is completing the asbestos cleanup here and creating a safe site. But there's still a fair amount of work ahead of us when it comes to ownership issues in relationship to the various interests at play in this complex layered situation. But overall, the message today is progress continues. Another state inspection passed, and we're well on our way to getting a clean site at 7731. And want to thank you again for your appropriation of funds and support to make this happen. This is no small feat, and it's happening on a very expedient timeline in the world of asbestos remediation, which to the rest of the world moves painfully slow at times, but we're making great progress here.
Does anyone have questions for him? Thank you for all you have done, but thank the crew that's working so diligently to get this done.
Yeah, if you have a moment and you go by the site, thank you very much, Mayor. The work ethic and the diligence and the carefulness of those folks from D&K Works is commendable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Eric. Thanks for staying on top of this important matter. Happy to hear we're making progress on the site, and I will affirm that we will continue to ask Mr. Otzelberger to come in on a weekly basis to update City Council and the public until this project is completed, which is, we are on track for that, and we'll continue to provide weekly updates on that. I would also like to thank and acknowledge our long-serving staff who were here earlier tonight, and thank you, City Council, for honoring them. Since I've been here, our organization's work environment has been a point of pride for us. I believe our work culture encourages dedicated public servants to stay with us for not just years, but decades, and in some instances, entire careers. I take it as a sign that our professionals know they can thrive with the city and grow professionally. To our award recipients and all of our staff, thank you again for your service to our community and our city. Tonight, we have 3 items for City Council's consideration that are aligned to our commitment to the city's core services. The first 2 are contracts related to roadway and infrastructure improvements to 112th Avenue as well as Federal Boulevard. With City Council's approval, the city would enter into an intergovernmental agreement with North Glen to share the $1.3 million cost of resurfacing 112th Avenue from Federal Boulevard to Huron. North Glen would then reimburse us for the work upon completion. The second item for City Council's consideration builds upon the Federal Boulevard multimodal study that was completed at the end of last year. With City Council's approval, the city would sign a peer agency support form for Denver's Transportation Improvement Program grant application, which would be used to conduct an environmental assessment study of Federal Boulevard. Under this agreement, Westminster would contribute $1 million toward the environmental study if Denver's grant application is successful. Staff would then return later this year to City Council to approve an intergovernmental agreement. And finally, up tonight is a Westminster Police Department request for a sole source contract with Mvac Systems, the sole manufacturer and supplier of a forensic DNA sampling device. Training for this cutting edge device is also included in the contract. The city continues with this contract and much of our other work to invest in our public safety capacity. And we believe this is an invaluable tool for our investigators. And with that, Mayor, I conclude my manager's report this evening.
Thank you. Any questions? Thanks. That brings us to City Council comments. Anyone? Councilor Seymour?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Mr. McCoy left, but if he's edging for a 41-year proclamation, we'll have to wait till 50 years. So, sorry that I missed that, but I'll let him know that later. Also, too, I'd just like to address what Mr. McGinnis brought up this evening, in that I think it would be very valuable to go back and listen to the study session from last week, where we spent a great deal of time on our city's continuum of compassionate care. I want to make sure that it's very clear that our city does not bus anyone anywhere at any time, and it is illegal to do that. You cannot send anyone or move anyone without beds being guaranteed, and our staff cannot do that without calling 211 and guaranteeing that service. So there is no busing or moving our people. We have a timeline that has been worked out that is in the best interest of all parties available. So I appreciate that'd be a great opportunity to follow up on that one. And that was it.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief, but during our meeting for the Uplands MSD, and then again in comments sent to the city, there were assertions made about my ability to vote on that. We addressed that with the city attorney, who said that there was no reason that I would have to recuse myself. But it's being spread around the community as well as in our public notes for our meeting that I somehow took actually it was alleged that it was a bribe after an election, which is false. So what I want to do is I have here my report of contributions from the election. It's my first but amended report that shows when I accepted the donation from the Home Builders Association, or their political arm, which was on September 20th, as well as copies of what is in our charter, as well as what is in Colorado campaign finance law as far as those kind of contributions. Since we have in our meeting minutes and notes and public record, the assertion that I somehow took a bribe on November 20th, which is false. I think it's important that people see facts and understand the truth of the matter if people are going to make allegations, certainly false allegations. And the other thing that I would mention that is part of this is one of the duties that this council, every member on it has, is the duty to vote. We have the duty to make a decision about everything that comes before this council, unless the council allows somebody to recuse themselves. If the council does not allow you to recuse yourself, then you have a duty to make a vote unless you're absent. I was not absent for that vote. We consulted our attorney who said it was appropriate for me to vote on the matter, so I did so. So I think that it's very much important that people have facts and that lies are met with truth. So with that, I'm going to give this to the clerk, and if you would put this in the minutes, I would appreciate it.
Anyone else? Councilor Usadi?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to say a couple comments. So Ryan McCoy, that program, is very spectacular, and I just hope that you're also working with labor unions because they have similar apprenticeship programs as well. So I know he's partnering with lots of organizations, but I'm hoping labor unions are part of that. And James McInnes, to what Councilor Seymour says, we do have a compassionate care continuum. However, I do agree with you. We could be doing more, and I would love to see us doing more, especially as winter comes. Sheltering is going to be a big deal, and there isn't enough around the state when the cold nights come. So thank you for that.
Anyone else? That brings us to the consent agenda, items 8A through E. Is there a motion? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt consent agenda items 8A through 8E.
Councilor Seymour?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass motions 8A through E. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please. Councilor Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
Councilor Emmons?
Yes.
Councilor Azadi?
Yes.
Mayor McNally? Yes. Councilor Nermella?
Yes.
And Councilor Seymour?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote. That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 45. Councilor, I didn't see who was first. Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 45 on first reading to amend Title 5, Section 5-5-7 of the Westminster Municipal Code relating to an increase of bond and insurance requirements for persons or entities performing work within the city's rights-of-way, easements, and public property, and the assessment of penalties for failure to perform.
Councilor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 45. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please. Mayor Pro Tem Demott. Councilor Emmons.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally. Yes. Councilor Nermella.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
And Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott, because the mic didn't pick it up, could you say your vote?
Yeah, I was a yes.
Thank you. The motion passes on a 7-0 vote. Thank you. That brings us to item 10B. Councilor Emmons.
I move to authorize the interim city manager to enter into an agreement with the Colorado Intergovernmental Risk Sharing Agency for the purchase of high deductible stop loss insurance for claims management and other administrative services in the amount of $1,104,979 with a 10% contingency of $110,498 for a total authorized expenditure not to exceed $1,215,477.
Councilor Seymour.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilors or item 10B. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please. Councilor Emmons.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally. Yes. Councilor Nermella.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Baker.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote. That brings us to item 10C. Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to authorize the interim city manager to sign an intergovernmental agreement with the city of North Glen regarding the resurfacing of 112th Avenue from Federal Boulevard to Huron Street in 2023, authorizing a cost share of expenses with each municipality responsible for the infrastructure in their respective jurisdiction.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 10C. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please. Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally. Yes. Councilor Nermella.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
And Councilor Emmons.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote. That brings us to item 10D. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move based on the recommendation of interim city manager to determine that the public interest would be best served by authorizing a purchase agreement for the sole source provider Mvac Systems, Inc. for a total authorized amount not to exceed $59,000 in 2022.
Counselor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10D. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Counselor Nermella,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Counselor Emmons,
Yes.
and Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10E. Counselor Emmons?
I move to authorize the interim city manager to enter into an agreement with Stemple, Farrington, Everall, and Case PC to advise and assist the city in labor law matters, and particularly in connection with issues related to the recognition of an exclusive bargaining representative and procedures for collective bargaining for an authorized expenditure not to exceed $50,000.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10E. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Nermella,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Counselor Emmons,
Yes.
Counselor Azadi,
Yes.
and Mayor McNally.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10F. Counselor Seymour?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to authorize interim city manager to sign a peer agency support form for the Colorado Department of Transportation, which commits $1 million from the city of Westminster to participate in an environmental assessment for Federal Boulevard.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10F. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Baker?
Yes, this is the plan to reduce the number of through lanes on Federal from the southern end of our city up to 120th, where it turns west, to 2 lanes from 3, correct?
Mayor, if I could ask Deborah Baskett, our Senior Transportation and Mobility Planner, to address Councilor Baker's question.
Welcome.
Good evening. The intention is to use striping so that there will be 2 through lanes in each direction, with the outside lane used for buses and right turns.
So it is going to reduce for the capacity of Federal Boulevard through our city.
It's going to reallocate the capacity to move people.
It will reduce the capacity for privately owned vehicles.
It will add 2 minutes to the congestion travel time of those vehicles, but nobody's going to prevent those vehicles from traveling through our town.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Emmons?
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank you, Deborah, for taking extra time to walk me through some of the details of the plan. It was very detailed and very thoughtful in just giving me that extra time to just consider and really work through this. All that said, though, I still can't get there. I'm sorry. But what you presented is good information, and it's something, though, that I look forward to reviewing again in the future. But this time, I'm going to be a no on this one.
Roll call, please.
If I can add one more comment.
Okay.
I will also be voting no, because this does reduce the capacity. We can couch that in whatever terms you want to. As you are fully aware, the DRCOG meeting on Monday night Wednesday night of last week, I asked for some of the assumptions DRCOG was making. And DRCOG is making an assumption that because we were discussing the 2050 and the modifications to the plan and stuff like that. And DRCOG was told me that their assumption would be there'd be 1 million more people added to the Denver metro area. And when I asked about increasing the capacity, and were we intentionally planning for more congestion, there was no clear-cut answer. Because I think the obvious answer is they intend to take 6-lane roads and turn them into 4-lane roads, which will congest traffic. We are planning to choke the Denver metro area with private cars to really coerce residents of Denver into choosing alternative transportation. And we need to say that openly. We should not hide that. This project will reduce the capacity of Federal Boulevard and increase the congestion. I will be voting no.
Anyone else? Councilor Namella?
I just want to state that this project actually increases the capacity for moving people by bus. And so that in itself allows for more opportunity and options along this corridor. So when we do have whatever, if it's 1 million more people, I don't know if it's along this corridor or not, but they will have more options as of how to travel. And it's well known that if you create another lane, just like when you create another lane on a freeway, it gets filled and it doesn't improve our traffic. It doesn't improve our flow. And we can't just continue to build out one more lane. It might just go right to your house. I'm not sure, but eventually there's just so much room in a right of way. So we have to make more options, and I'll be voting yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Izadi?
Just want to add that thank you for all the work that you've done on this. I think it's a fantastic project. It is giving more options to more people, and that's what we should be aiming for as a city. So thank you.
Councilor Seymour?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also wanted not just the transportation part of this, because there are some pluses and minuses to this, and we will all see what the capacity looks like when it's done. But the project also looks at installing 10-foot wide sidewalks. That's what they call them. Sidewalks on both sides, which will improve that corridor greatly. Will give safety to walkers and to bike riders, because no sane person is going to ride a bike on Federal anyway. But that will separate those, and then also a complete landscaping and roadway and mitigations on that too. So we all know that right now, post-pandemic, everyone thinks that every straightaway is a raceway, and that will also assist us with traffic calming, because we know that if we can get consistent speeds, we'll have better travel rather than most people doing the posted speed and some people doing 80. So hopefully the entire package of this will make it safer and improve that corridor.
And I just want to thank you. I get to work with you on all of the multimodal pieces that we belong to. Several different meetings. We get to see each other each month, but you're the staff member that puts all of the heart and soul into it and helps me with where we're at in those partnerships. And so I just want to publicly say thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I see no more questions, so roll call, please.
Councilor Seymour?
Yes.
Councilor Baker?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
Councilor Emmons?
No.
Councilor Azadi?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Councilor Nermella?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 5-2 vote.
That concludes this meeting, and it's 8:04, and I will close this meeting and open the WIDA meeting, incorporating the roll call from the past meeting, and ask for approval of the minutes of the August 22nd meeting as presented. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the minutes of the August 22nd, 2022 meeting as presented.
Councilor Emmons?
Second.
Been moved in second to approve the minutes of the August 22nd, 2022 meeting. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to Resolution 221. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to adopt the resolution number 221, approving the issuance of Westminster Economic Development Authority tax increment refunding bond South Sheridan Urban Renewal Project.
Councilor Seymour?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Resolution 221. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Board Member Baker?
Yes.
Vice Chair Demott?
Yes.
Board Member Emmons?
Yes.
Board Member Azadi?
Yes.
Chairperson McNally?
Yes.
Board Member Nermella?
Yes.
And Board Member Seymour?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 3B. Board Member Seymour.
Thank you, Chair. Move to authorize interim executive director to execute an agreement for bond counsel services with Butler Snow LLP for a fee not to exceed $4,000 in connection with the anticipated issuance of the Westminster Economic Development Authority tax increment revenue refunding bond, South Sheridan Urban Renewal Project, Series 2022.
Board Member Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 3B. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Demott,
Yes.
Board Member Emmons,
Yes.
Board Member Azadi,
Yes.
Chair McNally,
Yes.
Board Member Nurmela,
Yes.
Board Member Seymour,
Yes.
Board Member Baker.
Yes.
The mayor, the motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
It has to be a full moon or something tonight. That brings us to item C1, and we're going to hold a public meeting. I will open the public hearing, and interim city manager, do we have any comments from our management?
No, thank you, Chair McNally. No, we have no presentation or prepared comments. So if we want to move straight through, we are also I have here Mr. Dorr to answer any questions should they arise.
Okay. So is there anyone in the audience that has anything they want to come and talk to us about on this hearing? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. It is 8:07, and we'll ask for a motion for resolution 222. 220. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to adopt resolution number 220, authorizing a supplemental appropriation to the 2022 Westminster Economic Development Authority budget.
Board Member Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt resolution 220. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Baker?
Thank you, Chair. Basically, what we're doing is we're buying our own debt with some of our idle money, thereby locking in the risk of interest rate increase in this current market, correct?
Correct.
I see no other questions. Roll call, please.
Board Member Emmons,
Yes.
Board Member Azadi,
Yes.
Chairperson McNally,
Yes.
Board Member Nurmela,
Yes.
Board Member Seymour,
Yes.
Board Member Baker,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Demott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
It is 8:08, and I adjourn this meeting, and we will have post-meeting with governance and best practices training with Sam Light, and boards and commissions appointment process overview, and the 2023 water and sewer rates discussion. And do we need to ask about executive session now or later?
Mayor, if it's easier now, while we're in the open meeting and
Okay.
on the record, we can certainly entertain a motion. If you'd like, I'll read the title for
Okay.
The executive session that's proposed for this evening is to discuss strategy and progress on a proposed economic development agreement involving the retail restaurant redevelopment of 1257 West 120th Avenue, in which the disclosure of information such as financial data or proposed incentives would, if made public, seriously jeopardize the city's ability to secure the development. And this executive session could be convened pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 246402 4E1 and Westminster Municipal Code 1113C4.
So, do I poll or ask for a motion?
Well, if you want to poll your colleagues and see if they're willing to enter into an executive session on that title.
I'm going to poll you and ask if you are willing to go into executive session when we get there tonight. Councilor Zadi? Councilor Nurmela?
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Emmons? Councilor Seymour?
Yes.
Councilor Baker?
Yes.
And Mayor McNally, yes. Okay. Does anybody need a break? A quick break. Okay. And are we meeting here with Sam or?
Mayor, we could do it either here or in the boardroom. We had been planning on the boardroom.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
There we are. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Dave Frankel, City Attorney. This evening, Sam Light, General Counsel of SIRSA, is here. And Mr. Light presents to city governing bodies across the state, sharing with those that are presented to best practices and his experience as General Counsel for SIRSA in dealing with the challenges that many local governments face in Colorado. So without further ado, if I could introduce you, Mr. Light.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, Council, for having me here. Staff, thank you as well. As mentioned, my name is Sam Light. I'm General Counsel for SIRSA. Didn't go unnoticed that you had some business on your earlier agenda involving SIRSA, as well as an agenda item for longstanding relationships that you have with your employees. Well, as it relates to us at SIRSA, we want to make sure that the city knows and understands that we value our longstanding relationship with the city of Westminster. As mentioned in your packet materials for your property and liability insurance renewal, the city was one of the founding members of SIRSA back in 1982. So this is our 40th year in business and our 40th year of our partnership with the city of Westminster. So we greatly value that longstanding relationship with the city and very much appreciate being your partner in risk management for your property and casualty insurance needs. So this evening, as David mentioned, I'm here to do a little bit of presentation around best practices for governing bodies. And thanks for having me back. I think we met back at the beginning of the year, so it's nice to circle back around with just a very short trip. I've been around the state quite a bit since that time, but it's nice to end up the year's travel as we get into fall with just coming a few miles down the road to visit with you all again. So I appreciate that opportunity. Next slide, please. My presentation is organized around suggestions related to council member roles, open meetings, executive sessions, governing body conduct. Though I am an attorney, I try to focus my presentations around really best practices, which the more I do these presentations and the more I get to work with elected and appointed officials, I really find that so much of it is about commitment to best practices around civics and working together and working to support the institution of the council and the institution of the city as a city. Having said that, if you do have any questions for me about the legal underpinnings of my suggestions, I'm happy to take those questions with this one disclaimer. Though I am an attorney, my presentation is not an attorney-client communication. Feel free to ask me any question that you have, but I do have a good radar for what I call the live one. So if your question is about the burning issue of the day here in the city for which you need legal advice from your city attorney, that I've prepped David and told him that I will be kicking all the hard questions to him. So, seriously, I'm happy to offer suggestions, comments from SIRSA's risk management perspective, but if you do need legal advice or staff support on any of the questions, I have a radar for recognizing those kind of questions, and I will reflect those back to your staff. Next slide. I've organized the presentation around suggestions, and my first suggestion may not sound like it's connected to risk management. I touched briefly on this when we met back in January, but I really think it is directly linked to risk profile, and that is to always keep in mind, it may not always be in the forefront of your mind, but recognize that when you become a government official, an elected official, your role in relationship to the community and to the city changes dramatically. You're no longer just a citizen, but you're a government official. That really is a 24/7 job. And by that, I'm certainly not saying, don't have a personal life, please do. But recognize as an elected official, as they should, your words, your deeds, your conduct has effect, has impact, leaves an impression. If a citizen who's interacting with you believes that interaction didn't go the way they thought it would, it can leave a residue. And in a bad situation, it can even create potential claims. So recognize that hat is always on in terms of being a representative of the organization, an ambassador on behalf of the city, and a fiduciary of the municipal corporation that is the city. I put on this slide a couple of other items that relate to the responsibility for delivering good governance. And as I mentioned earlier, I really do think it translates to a commitment to good civics around a couple of areas, particularly committing yourself to openness and transparency, to fairness of process in everything that you do, and to predictability and even-handedness And if you commit to those things, then I think by and large, the related risk issues that flow from that in terms of the claims that we handle on behalf of our members will by and large take care of themselves. Let's go to the next slide. Suggestion 2, commit to role discipline. Every organization, no matter its size, everyone within the organization has a job description. It does flow from this liability concept under the state governmental immunity laws that you're protected as elected officials so long as you are acting within the scope of your employment and not acting in a willful and wanton manner. That's a nice thing. Let me unpackage that just a little bit more. From where you sit as an elected official, it's a fair question of, do I have liability protections for doing this job? And you do. The city is obligated to defend and protect you against liability, but those protections have some outer limits, right? And the protections only apply so long as you are acting within the scope of employment and not acting in a willful and wanton manner. Just important to keep those concepts in mind. It's true for everyone in the organization, elected official, appointed official, employees, volunteers. Every organization has the concept where certain responsibilities are allocated to different parts and facets of the organization. And checking in on that is important to allowing the organization to operate efficiently and effectively, and also reduce potential risk exposure. Because if there's situations where individuals are not, to use the kind of folksy way of putting it, not swimming within their lane, that's a potential personal liability risk and a risk for the organization. So unless there are any questions on that, I'm just going to flip to the next slide, please. And I have just a couple of suggestions or tips around supporting organizational structure and avoiding any concerns related to liability risks around role discipline. Not all of these translate directly to third-party liability risks. They can in certain situations, but some of them just relate around the allocation of responsibilities within your organization itself. We know this, it's intuitive, but it's sometimes important to check in on the concept and remember that you look at your charter and your city code, the power of the council is held by the council as a whole. So the analogy does not attach where one could think that I hold 1/7 of the council's power and therefore I'm going to use it. Council acts collectively, and so it really is a we type of role on behalf of the organization. Absolutely the case that individual council members have constituencies and individuals within the community that they interact with, and a huge part of your job is being an ambassador for the organization, helping determine what citizens want in terms of governmental resources. But ultimately, it's the council that comes together as a group and talks about what do we want to do. So in terms of liability risk, acting in particular, acting in terms of I rather than we, that can be a red flag. So be cognizant of that. Commit to your council manager form of government that's in your charter that was created by the people when they approved your charter. Recognize that the city manager is there as a resource for you. Recognize that your city code and your charter allocate roles and responsibilities throughout the organization. It's there. That allocation of power is there to serve and protect you as a council. It serves you in this aspect. It frees up your time to do the things that the council is uniquely positioned to do, the long-range planning, the corporate matters reserved to the city council, policy-making, legislation, while making it clear that other responsibilities within the organization have already been delegated to your staff or others. Next slide, please. In addition to that, recognize that there are certain, I guess, more tips on this topic are, there are certain aspects of the job of being an elected official, I guess, that require some personal or individual commitments as well in terms of supporting the council as an institution and the city as an organization sometimes requires individual sacrifices. Here's a couple of those. Sometimes it requires setting aside a personal agenda. And I know sometimes that could be difficult in terms of a sentiment that one of my individual priorities as an elected official is to make sure that this piece of legislation gets passed or that we as a council do that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if there's not 3 additional council members that are willing to come along, or the view of the council is that that particular item is not a priority or not on the work plan, then one has to be willing to set aside that personal agenda in support of the work plan and the work as defined by the council as a whole. Sometimes it requires a little bit of conduct in terms of supporting the council as an institution that requires us to speak a certain way in terms of how the council acts. What do you all think of this dynamic? Do you have, Mayor, occasional split votes? I had one this evening. Is it okay from a council elected official's perspective? You could absolutely go back and report to your constituents or the individuals that you take counsel with. You could say, I didn't vote for that one. Right? Absolutely. But is the dynamic different? And first of all, far be it who's the SIRSA one to say what I can, representative say what I can say to my constituents. Absolutely, it's your right to say I didn't vote for that one. But is the dynamic different, the language different in terms of supporting the council as an institution if the conversation were this? Yeah, I didn't vote on that one, but we had a vigorous debate as a council. There were a lot of differing opinions. I fought like heck for my position, but the council decided to go a different direction. You know what? I support the voice of council and I respect the council decision. That goes a long way in building trust and faith in you as individual elected officials and in the council as an institution. So I think there are some of those kinds of personal commitments that are baked into the job description. Other types of similar conduct that supports the council as an institution in terms of making the council stronger. Speaking in terms of we, recognizing and taking care to make sure that we distinguish our personal opinions from the voice of the council when we're doing that work of expressing our own personal opinions or building support for our own personal interest. You know how that goes. Sometimes you may be talking with constituents and maybe the constituent is wondering, well, first of all, if you tell them, this is my personal opinion, this is my personal opinion, this is my personal opinion, what are they filtering? Council member, council member, council member. They're still always perceiving you to be a council member. So make that effort, right, to remind them, this is my personal opinion. You know how it goes. A reporter will ask you, you'll say it's your personal opinion, and how do they quote you in the paper? Council member so-and-so said this. So that hat is always on, but your constituents sometimes may not know the nuances that we all know as the insider. So sometimes that extra effort in terms of supporting the council as an institution might require, well, yes, this is my personal opinion, but this is a matter that's going to come before council. And so I can't guarantee what the outcome will be. This is my personal view on the matter, but it also tamps down sometimes that expectation of the constituent that they may misperceive that part of your role is guaranteeing a particular outcome on a particular matter. And that's a pretty tough thing to do on some matters in advance. So that will serve you well. It'll also strengthen the community's understanding of the council as an institution. Next slide, please. Commit yourself to high levels of personal conduct beyond the concepts of role discipline and its influence on liability risks, and even beyond your code of ethics that talks about conflicts of interest and other prohibited activities. Commit yourselves to high levels of personal conduct. Recognize that inappropriate conduct can be destructive to a public body and its agenda and its reputation. I've listed on this slide some of the items that we've seen, and when I say we've seen, they usually come to SIRSA when through our liability hotline program, I'll get a call from an elected or appointed official who are asked, what's the law on this issue? If we've got recurring incivility, or we have some sense of imbalance of information, or it seems like at the governing body level, debate or deliberation is occurring in an unequal fashion. Isn't there a rule to fix that? Well, there's not, right? And the commitment is recognizing dynamics that can be destructive to the council and agreeing with each other to have those conversations as much as you can in terms about, are there things that are interfering with our work that we in council ought to commit some time to talk through, and as best we can, see if we can find resolution on those issues. The types of things mentioned on this slide can certainly sap the energy of an elected or appointed body. If they're playing out publicly, they can result in erosion of faith and trust in the governing body as an institution. So just put those up there for a couple more nuanced items that we see every now and then. Let's turn to the next slide and turn the corner and talk about transparency a little bit. Your city attorney's office, I'm sure, has talked to you about all these things, so I'll cover some of the basic items real quickly. Honor the openness requirement of the open meetings law, right? That in a nutshell, we all know that rule. We can probably recite it in our sleep, right? And that's any meeting of 3 or more members of the council to discuss public business must occur in an open meeting setting. We know that. If you're using, yes, sir.
How did the open meetings law violation with the Douglas County School Board, when they were accused of violating the open meeting because they had serial conversations between 2 people, what was the outcome, or has there been an outcome?
I don't think there's been a final outcome. I think there's been an initial injunction entered, but I don't think the case has gone through on the merits, right? And that's the case that's answering this tension between if the rule statute, as it so states, is that a meeting of 3 or more must occur in a public meeting, then it's okay, a one-on-one. We all agree one-on-one is fine. That case is in part addressing the question of, okay, one-on-one is fine. What do we think of one-on-one on one-on-one on one-on-one on one? And that's what's going to be addressed. It's not the allegations in that lawsuit, because I'm not intimately involved with it. I don't know, if the facts have been fully adjudicated, but the allegation is that there were never meetings of 3 or more, but there were meetings on a one-on-one basis where the members of the board allegedly arrived at a decision. And the allegation was when the leadership changed on the board, allegation was that members met one-on-one, determined that there were sufficient votes to terminate the superintendent. The other allegation was that 2 members of the board met with the superintendent and essentially said, well, the votes are there to terminate your services. Would you rather be terminated or would you prefer to resign? Does that sound like an action or a decision was reached? That's the allegation that's in play. So I don't know how it's ultimately going to work out.
It wasn't like a prima facie
right
violation of the law. It's it has to be adjudicated, and we don't know the answer yet.
Right. The few cases that have touched on this issue in Colorado basically come down to this principle. If the evidence comes in and shows that the action that was taken ultimately at the open public meeting was a mere rubber stamping of a decision that was reached outside of the requirements of the open meetings law, then that's an issue. And that's where the liability risk lies. It's sort of a good and bad thing that our statute doesn't address this expressly. The potential bad news there is that there are states that do have legislation on this one-on-one principle. And what I worry about is if we're not cognizant and self-police on these issues, that there may be a legislative body that writes a prescription for this perceived illness, right, that is more than necessary to cure the problem, that potentially limits your flexibility, right? So we have to be careful of that and recognize that full debate and deliberation on the merits or substance of any matter of public policy should wait at the open meeting setting. I don't know, Dave, if you'd like to add anything on that.
I wouldn't agree though.
All right. Couple other items. There's a link there if you're using email. I'm sure you all have city issued email addresses. The first blue bulleted item there talks about risk involving email. You can access that article. If you're using social media to do your job as a government official, there's another article there in the third bullet that mentions that. Recognize that any means of electronic communication raises the same issues. So whether it's email or I think texting is just another form of electronic communication. So the same sorts of liability or compliance risks attached to that. So Next slide. Let's flip the coin over. Though the statute and your ordinances require the council do most of its work in open session, you are allowed to have executive sessions, but only for a limited number of topics and only after following very precise procedures. So make sure your procedures are set up to comply with those requirements on a procedural basis. You went through them just before you came in here, and staff will support you to make sure that all the boxes are checked when you poll the council or go through the exercise to convene an executive session. There is significant risk around getting those procedural aspects correct. That's what the third bulleted article talks about. Because if the call of the executive session, the announcement, the things you do in public session don't comply with the applicable open meetings law, then the potential legal remedy for that is that a judge may say, non-compliance with the procedural requirements, it's just like you never had the executive session at all. And the information then would need to be made public. So make sure your procedural aspects are set up to comply with the procedural requirements, and also make sure your procedures are set up to protect city confidences. I thought to help illustrate some risk profile around that issue, next slide, please. I would unpackage a quick scenario. In this scenario, just if you want to read along, I'll just run through it real quickly. In executive session, so you've done everything correctly procedurally, you're in your executive session, and you're allowed to have an executive session for this purpose under your code. In executive session, council discusses a strategy for the sale of an excess piece of property that's not needed for any city purpose. In your executive session, you have a confidential appraisal stating the parcel's worth between $325 and $400. The strategy developed by council is that the city manager lists the property for sale with a local broker for a sales price of $425. After the property is listed, council member Smith is approached by a prospective buyer. There's interest out there in the world at large about this piece of property. Council member tells the buyer, the city might be willing to accept less than $425 as our appraisal says it's actually worth less than that. Do we have problems? Next slide.
That's why she changed her last name.
Exactly. Why is it always gotta be Smith?
Some of my trainings, I use first name as examples, and I use Sam, figuring if someone has to take the heat, it'll be someone named Sam, and then someone at the end of the training comes up to me and says, my name is also Sam. I say, I'm so sorry. Well, when unpackaging risk around this, I get this call sometimes at Sursa by an elected or appointed official who is upset because they perceive there was some leakage out of an executive session. And I say, well, as an attorney, let's unpackage, if you want to look at it from a legal perspective, let's unpackage who's the injured party in this scenario.
City.
The city. And then I'll ask that person, well, do you have a rule on this? We talk about the injured party seeking remedies. If the city is the injured party and the city was also through its council, was the entity that called the executive session, are we going to have an action by the city against the city? Kind of a tough way to frame resolution of these issues, right? So I think another significantly injured party here is the council as an institution, right? Maybe Smith more directly as an individual, right? Because Smith has to come back to the council at the next go around and say, do you trust me? Do we trust each other that we're all on the same page regarding confidentiality, right? Executive session leakage in an extreme case can raise questions about potential waiver of privilege. As an aside, for municipal corporations such as the city, the law is clear that the privilege is held by the city as an organization, but it's exercised by the council at your level. We're talking about your discussions. It's held by the council as a whole. So there's a little bit of unpackaging that. Some practical tips around this, around handling executive sessions are these. Yes, sir.
I wouldn't define Smith as an injured party. I would define him as the negligent party. His negligence may have caused the city to lose money, which is the injury.
Yes, I agree as to the injury to the city. I think there's another injury in terms of the voice of we, right? Because it's I as the individual, I have to come back to the council and say, are you with me still after what had occurred? I do think the injury to Smith is in terms of faith and trust in that individual by the other council members. You have to.
He's also the negligent part.
Sure. A couple of tips around executive sessions in terms of best practices. And I use one for negotiation because those are the ones where there's usually more discussion, where sometimes in executive session, you have to talk a little bit about background because that influences your strategy. But I think a good way to look at concluding an executive session, whoever's leading the discussion, one tip I give members is maybe somebody says, of all the confidential information that we've discussed in this executive session, which information, if any, leaves the room and who are our spokespersons? And that helps get everyone on the same page about what our commitment is to confidentiality. I think as fiduciaries of the corporation, then we're duty bound to honor that confidentiality. And I think that's true even if we voted against going into executive session, or even if we're just opposed to the idea of the underlying transaction because it's the voice of the council, it's the we that decided to have the executive session, and it's the we that decided this is how we're going to handle confidential information. And that's true whether it's 7-0 or all head nod or 4-3 vote ultimately. Yes, sir.
You said even if you voted against going into it. I've never seen somebody vote against going into it. But if somebody were, say, one of the 7 members said, no, I don't agree, would they, what would happen operationally with that? Would they even be allowed to be part of the conversation since they're still a member of the council if the majority still said, we're going to executive session?
I don't know if you have a local rule, but I'll give you my point on that. Voting no for the question of should we go into executive session, in my opinion, does not disqualify you from attending the executive session, right? You just were on the short end of the vote to go in. So that's a question of, well, I didn't want to, and for whatever reason, but still have an entitlement to be present and hear the discussion. Now, there may be some situations on the edges that might create some issues that have been addressed periodically by case law. For example, if the underlying matter to be discussed with is legal advice in the matter of council member Sam versus the council, and Sam votes no to go into executive session, and the executive session is for legal strategy on how to handle the lawsuit of Sam versus the city. There's some law that says that perhaps your party opponent in litigation can be excluded from the executive session, but we're getting out into situations that aren't on the dartboard that often.
Well, and I mean, so this might be something that you have to follow up on, much to the comments I made in our public meeting around a duty to vote on things, make decisions. If a member said, I don't think we should go into executive session, but they were, there was a decision that had to be made, would they still be obligated under what's in our charter to participate since they're in attendance of the council meeting?
And yes, and the open meetings law contemplates a 2/3 vote to go into an executive session. Our municipal code contemplates a majority. So it depends on whether we're convening the exec session under the municipal code provision or the state law provision. But between majority and 2/3 would cause the exec session to be held, and the person would be included in the exec session unless, Mr. Light suggests, if they're a party opponent in litigation against the city, I think then you'd have to question the logic of including them in a discussion where they are the party opponent.
But under our rules, then that would be a reason why the council may vote to recuse you from participating. Or would that not apply?
From voting? No,
From attending. From attending. Because what the charter, in my reading of it, contemplates is if there's something that you have to, as a council member, something that you're going to have to weigh in on, that you have a duty to do so unless the council recuses you of that. And there's only certain reasons they are allowed to do that. So I'm just trying to understand if that applies to participating. Because it would apply, say, if we're having a public vote, but in executive session, I mean, we don't have the actual vote, we just pull on things. So does that rule still apply?
Yeah, I think the difference I'd see would be between your obligation to vote under the charter and then whether you could participate in the exec session. So if there was some reason that, if the exec session was convened perhaps on an item in which a member was precluded from participating, then I think it would make more sense to excuse that member rather than put them in an untenable position of having to participate in something that they're precluded being part of.
That makes sense. So it's, and that's what the reason for it is, what would keep them out of it. Not, hey, I don't want to participate, but there's not really a good reason that is defined within those rules of our city. So I think I'm following. Thank you.
Yeah, if and I don't know if you have a local rule that needs some more study, but if the vote against going into executive session was because some other rule would preclude that member from participating otherwise, then seems to me that person would want to not attend the executive session because they would be prohibited from participating in the open discussion. As one example, the state open meetings law says an executive session related to real estate transactions cannot be held for the purposes of avoiding the fact that someone has a prohibited interest in the real estate under discussion. So, and over my years, I was surprised by that once or twice. I had learned in the executive session that one of the people attending the executive session actually had some financial interest related to the property at issue, and that was a timeout. And that was you need to excuse yourself because of a separate preclusion rule. So in contrast, if there was no preclusion rule, then in general, it seems to me that even if you said, well, this is something that I'd prefer we discuss in open session, you just didn't prevail on the vote to go in, you can still participate in the executive session. A couple of other tips. It's the responsibility of everyone participating in the executive session to self-police in terms of staying on topic. It certainly would be more efficient if we were able to move between topics in the executive session, but that's not the law on that issue. So if you go into executive session for discussion of a personnel matter, it would be prohibited while you're in there to say, while we're in here, could we just get a quick update on that property transaction? You would be going off topic. The remedy for going off topic is quite severe. A district court, if it finds that you had discussions outside of the authorized topic, then that portion of the executive session tape that relates to the off topic discussion, a court can require that that be made public. So from where you sit, I think that then means it's not only a collective responsibility, but it's kind of a fiduciary responsibility or a right of any member. If we feel like things are straying off topic, let's at least have the conversation and talk about, are we on topic? And sometimes there's leakage on that. The reason my scenario related to real estate transactions is sometimes that background is necessary, but there's a marked distinction, right? If you went into executive session for the purpose of negotiating strategy for a purchase of open space, and in there staff gave you some background about, oh, we made prior offers for the property, but slowly the conversation turned to, well, what's our open space master plan say about this property? And then after that, there's more slippage and we say, well, I'd like to revisit some of the issues in the open space master plan. I think we need to change up some of our priorities. You can see that that's drifted from the discussion of the individual transaction, that issue, to more of the legislative policy issue about the open space master plan. So we have to be willing to say at some point, right, are we beyond topic? Let's make sure we stay within the confined topic and save the stuff that's off topic for open meeting discussion. Last helpful thing that I think really does help build faith and trust in public entities, governing bodies, is of course use executive sessions sparingly, but when you decide that there's a reason to have one, you've decided it's in the best interest of the corporation to do that. Your citizens may not always understand that piece. And so a little report out to them, whatever that looks like to you as a city, I think is a helpful thing, so that they know that an executive session was for this purpose, and at some future date, it may well be the case that the topic that was discussed in executive session will come forward as an agenda item for public discussion. The way I frame that in practical terms is if you go in for discussion of real estate acquisition, your citizens may not understand that every vote, every decision to acquire open space requires a vote and discussion at a public meeting. So you can report out after that executive session to confirm, yes, we had an executive session, but only for the limited purposes allowed under our charter. If our negotiations ever get traction, then we as a council will be bringing forward a public agenda item, and we look forward to a public conversation about that as well. Okay. Unless there are any other questions on that, I will, next slide, please. Pivoting a completely different direction. This is a topic in and of itself for which we do trainings for our members that are an hour or more. I just wanted to put this on your radar. I'm sure you've had training on this issue before, but just make sure that we commit to providing due process. And that's primarily, everyone loves process, right? That's the product we deliver, but particularly when we're making decisions affecting individuals' property rights, we have to make sure we commit to the rules of engagement around quasi-judicial matters, right? And that's making sure that we have good public hearing practices in place and that we commit to follow them as a council and individually when we're making decisions affecting the protected property rights of individuals. All the millions of pages and hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of cases, it all boils down to that one phrase in the Constitution: no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So you do, as the council, have that awesome power at a local level to make decisions affecting people's property rights. But with that goes the responsibility to make sure that we honor their due process rights. The last two links at the bottom of the page are more CIRSA training around requirements for quasi-judicial hearings and suggested best practices, both as a council and as individuals, because these rules of engagement apply to individual conduct as well. We have to kind of shift modes from being legislator, right, to judge when we're handling those kinds of matters. All right. Next, the slide and final slide, kind of getting out of the weeds on that and broadening out the lens to the 40,000 foot level. Commit to embracing wise leadership as a body, as a governing body. Commit to a no surprises approach with each other. Commit to mutuality of respect with each other, with staff to interact with citizens that come before you. Commit to, seems to be ever harder in this day and age. Sometimes public comment periods don't go the way you thought they were going to go, but it sometimes does require that we, always commit to civility, sometimes even in the face of incivility. That can have a risk profile, particularly in the civil rights world. Sometimes there is a risk profile where the exposure is exacerbated a little bit when, particularly the plaintiff's attorney, believes that there's a whiff that the governing body's action was an overreaction. In their world, they'll claim that it was retaliation, right? But that's an important piece on that, is to always commit to civility, even if it feels like you have folks who are on the opposite side of the dais, maybe saying things to get a reaction. No matter how difficult the circumstances, use courtesy, tact, and diplomacy. And as I mentioned earlier around the personal conduct items, deal effectively with discord. It's absolutely the case that every governing body that has multiple members is going to have disagreements, but we can agree to disagree without being disagreeable. And we can always commit that whatever discord seems to be bothering us, whether it's one individual or multiple members, that we'll commit to try and talk through those issues and resolve them. With that, finally, keep in mind that as the fiduciaries of the corporation, keep in mind that you're stewards of the city's best interests and assets, and that'll serve you well. So with that, I'm going to stop and open up to any questions that you have. On the last slide, there are some resources, additional resources for you, links to additional source of materials, including our handbook and our elected officials page, where we have a number of other resources for you. So, Mayor and Council, thanks very much for the opportunity to come visit with you all.
Thank you.
I'll open it up to any questions that you have.
Any last questions? Yes, question, yes, ma'am.
I like your suggestion as far as reporting to the public, because we do this in our meeting minutes where it says the time that we started the executive session and the time that we ended. But I also like your thought as far as reminding the public that it will come before council in a public vote. However, in some executive sessions, some negotiations fall through and it doesn't come back to council.
Right.
So how would you, if we were to move forward with adding an extra sentence of it will come before council, how would you then uphold the integrity of negotiations when it won't?
Right. By that additional language, we've helped satisfy one expectation, but we may have set up an expectation where someone else may be disappointed. Right. When I was doing it for councils, the phrase I used when I was, it doesn't matter who does the report out, whatever that looks like to you, but when I was doing it, I would have some elected bodies would say, okay, attorney, could you please do a report out from the executive session? On that particular matter, it'd say something along the lines of, want to confirm for the record that the executive session was for, and you restate the earlier information. And just want to remind folks that if any of our negotiations gain traction, then there would be in the future an agenda item on this matter. And so that's, I guess, the balancing of more transparency, but protecting you against that risk of, you didn't get that deal done, right?
That's what I was afraid, like, if the negotiation doesn't come through, like,
Where is it?
but then the expectation on both sides, like public and with the property owner, like, would that put us in a bind? But I mean, I would like to see us add maybe another sentence in our meeting minutes that says, you know, whatever the outcome of an executive session is, that we would be able to then kind of word it the way that you did, just to remind people that, I mean, and we could tell them a million times that it would come, it would come before council, or maybe wouldn't. And people, it's hard, if you're not following it, it's hard to always keep up with those rules of engagement, so.
Right. Yeah, and the coordination around, particularly ones where there's property interest at play, is very important, because there are other push points, right? The private owners may have certain expectations. Individuals who are not directly negotiating with you may be influenced by your decisions, and you then have that coordination between yourselves and giving your input on the strategy and then coordinating messaging back to individual players. That's all occurring before agendized public discussion. There is that risk, of course, of sometimes private owners may pull out of a transaction if they feel like there is information that was put out prematurely about a transaction. And I had that on fortunately not too many, but an open space transaction where a party was upset that the word got out that they were thinking of doing an open space deal too early.
Councilor Sealer?
Would it also be along the other side, if council decided not to take any further action, would that be appropriate? I mean, because that would then close that issue out.
Yes.
So there would be no further expectation.
Certainly could. Would not preclude a future council or even the same council in the future. Just to give you a little sidelight on that, I've actually seen one code of ethics, not your code of ethics, but from another organization where that kind of statement on the record and made it clear to all the individuals that the city as an entity was no longer pursuing that property, which was important for purposes of their code of ethics.
Councilor Baker?
A lot of times in executive session, there's all kinds of other information, public background information. So that's still public background information, even if it was discussed in an executive session, correct?
It depends if we're talking about the information itself or the discussions of the confidential matter wherein that information is being used. And I don't mean to parse it, but you have to look closely at what is really a matter of public record and what else was going on that's actually discussion. So true, if in my earlier example about open space, if the background question is, according to our open space master plan, what is our preferred policy? Well, and then staff says, well, the master plan says we prefer properties that are adjacent to waterways. Well, that bit of information, we as a city prefer properties adjacent to waterways. That's always public information, right? But if there's a discussion around that as to the relative interest in pursuing that particular piece of property under discussion on that criteria, that to me seems to be a protected discussion. So that's why I say I think particularly on those matters, a good
Civic, no.
I think, and the interest and the reason you're in the executive session is discussion of the strategic piece. So that's, I think, among this, probably the best suggestion I can offer is that last piece of the person leading the discussion again says, well, of all the confidential information, do we have anything that we agree ought to be publicly disclosed at this time, and who are our spokespeople? And then if not, then everyone's bound as fiduciaries to that commitment. That doesn't foreclose answering the independent question of some citizen who says, well, what is your open space policy? We don't, just discussing a piece of public information in executive session doesn't throw a new cloak of confidentiality over that.
But I mean, just to follow through your example that you had up there, but if I were to come to you as a public member and say, well, doesn't that property that's for sale fit the public, master plan of open space? Like that would be different. Then that might be a conversation you wouldn't want to get in, knowing that you were discussing that land use in executive session.
You're talking about the internal discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that seems
say somebody who wasn't part of that executive session knew about that property, was a member of the public, asked that because they may assume that that was what you were talking about. I mean, there is enough information given about what we're going into executive session that certain community members may probe. And so to me, that's something else you have to be careful of, just because they might start throwing things that are public pieces to try to piece together what you were talking about.
Right.
Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I think intuitively you'll spot what's an effort to probe your strategic discussions as a council, right? And that's where you want to be on the same page. Yeah. And I know it's tough sometimes, to use the sort of glib example. It's executive session ended 5 minutes ago, and someone's asking, "What did you talk about in executive session?" But that's why I say having your talking points ready, it makes it easier for you all to say, "Okay." And we know what the discussion in the executive session was. It's true there was some background, but that question by the citizen, what did you discuss in executive session? They're not interested in the public information that they can get elsewhere through other city sources. They're interested in insights or actual content of your discussion.
Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Boards and commissions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Abby Pitch, City Clerk, and this is my colleague, Catherine Schroeder, City Clerk Coordinator. We're here tonight seeking direction on the appointments and reappointment of board and commission members. As you know, we have 9 boards and commissions that consist of many members, and they all serve 2-year terms. Those terms are staggered, so each year, roughly half of those expire. In the past, we have polled boards and commissions members to see if they're interested in continuing, and then figure out where our vacancies are from there. We've distributed, as part of the agenda memo, the members of the current boards and commissions, and would like council to review those to make sure so we can move forward with pulling those members and seeing if we send them a form to see if they're willing to serve another 2 years, and also if they're willing to attend a boards and commissions onboarding training each year, which has been a light version the past few years because of COVID, but we do plan to do a full-on training early of next year. After we figure out who's interested in reappointment and who's okay with council reappointing, we'll open up an application that will stay open for 2 to 3 weeks. And then council will interview the interested applicants and choose the new boards and commissions members. Appointments will be made at the last meeting in December if it all goes smoothly, and they'll start serving January 1st. So I'll take questions, directions.
Councilor Baker?
Terms are for 2 years, right?
Yes, yes.
There's no obligation that council reappoint a member.
That is correct.
And if it was a popular, because many times we don't have enough volunteers, but there are a couple boards that are very sought after. And we could certainly change over the number of that board and not grant another term to current members.
That is correct. In addition to that, there are term limits that were instituted, I want to say in 2018. The first set of term limits expire in 2025. Those people will not be eligible for reappointment on their current board.
Yeah, because there are some members who've been on board 16 years.
Correct. And their term limits did not start until the term limits were instituted.
And you said current board, so that means that once they're done, so say I'm on SPL and I term out, I could immediately move to another board of council appointed.
Correct. You would have to reapply, and just now, if you want to transfer boards, you're welcome to, but you do have to reapply. Council appoints those board members, so there's council discretion there as well.
And when do you want to know if we have any concerns?
I'd say as soon as possible, just because it takes a lot of legwork, but if we could get your concerns the next week, if that seems feasible. But we certainly can work with your schedule.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any concern about the boards, but since it's on topic, I would, as going into next year, like to talk about how we better incorporate our strategic plan to give some guidance to some of the boards, because I know specifically with my 2 boards, I feel like although they're working on things that are important, it's oftentimes things they're coming up with. And I feel like the boards are there for specific topics to find places within that specific topic that further our strategic plan overall. And so I feel like we could do a better job of giving them guidance to make them serve better in their capacity. So I wanted to at least bring it up as a topic so people think about it going into next year, because I think if you're going to have those boards, having them have a better path makes sense to me.
And Mayor Pro Tem, we could certainly incorporate something, and this is just a suggestion. We'll go with whatever council would like to do, but we would certainly incorporate that into the onboarding as we do a more robust onboarding in 2023.
And I guess the other thing that I would add, and this is just an idea, and I know it's just on topics of boards and stuff. It almost makes sense that if, I've seen like inclusivity board in the past has done, and they haven't done it for the last couple of years, at least not to the same extent that they had in the past, where they have their own strategic plan. But it makes sense with those ones that, aren't the quasi judicial or SPL who have a path, that they get like an hour of time or something during our retreat that we could, or something. It just to me, I've been on those boards for a while, and I feel like they have good intention, they have good energy, and it just things aren't moving. And it seems like they have a new idea, which isn't bad, but like, I figure if they're important enough that council appoints them, it would be something that, we're trying to make some movement on things and have some KPIs that match up with our strategic plan.
I thought they were supposed to this year. make their own plan, but it goes along with our strategic plan.
You're supposed to, but I feel like if you,
They didn't do it.
well, I just feel like there needs, in my opinion, needs to be more guidance and more tying it to us to help them through that process. I've worked for organizations who go try to make their own strategic plan without a facilitator. I mean, even for us, you know, there's a wealth of knowledge between staff and council people who have served for many years, but I couldn't imagine trying to do that without a proper facilitator. And I've been fortunate enough to do it with really good ones and some mediocre ones, and it's different. So I feel like those ones that have to do those kind of planning, like we should make sure that they're tied closer to us. Maybe we make that part of our contract next year with our facilitator and have them do it on their own. So they're using the same facilitator to draw out those goals that match up with ours. Otherwise, we're leaving it to them to come up with what they think is best. Not that they're not bright people, but I mean, I would think we would have the same challenge if we didn't have the kind of guidance that we do.
Anyone else?
I think, so I agree that the boards and commissions should have more time in front of us. They do a lot of projects and ideas. They should speak to us a lot more. But I don't agree that we should drive their creativity with our strategic plan. That's what I'm hearing. I think the existence of the board and commission is aligned with this plan, but the ideas should come from the people. If they are just there to tell us what we want to hear, which is our strategic plan, that's not really useful or valuable. I think the main value of a board and commission is to hear from the people what we may be missing. And if they're limited in not speech, but in ideas to align to what we already have top down decided is a strategic plan, then what's the point of the board and commission? I'd rather hear them tell us what we're missing. And that's the point, to hear from the people, not the other way around.
But don't the boards and, the commissions work for us? And they're the ones who put detail to our vision?
No.
I see it differently.
I don't think they work for us. I think they are there to advise us on what we may be missing and give us some ideas.
I'll let Councilor Namela go first.
I also think that, they're advisory boards. An advisory board to me means they're advising us on the specific issues that they are representing. And that can still fall into our strategic plan. If we're saying we want to do X, Y, Z, they can help advise us on how to do that. I think they also should play a role, though, in just highlighting what we should know from the community. So, but I do agree that they need to have some strong understanding of roles and what are they supposed to do, and do they do their own strategic plan, or because otherwise, yes, it's kind of it's hard to be a part of the board when you don't know exactly what you're supposed to be doing, who's actually listening to you, are you supposed to be out in the community? So I would appreciate us coming up with some better guidelines for them.
When I was on, I know we closed down at least 2 boards just because they had become extinct. We didn't have any more jobs to do. They just quit.
With any of our boards, it's laid out in the code of what their charge is. And while I hear all sides, I think this clearly outlines what the duty of each board is and who should make it up. Meaning who should make it up, as in mine specifically, Historic Landmark Board specifically states that some board members, there's a percentage of board members that need to have a professional background in historic landmark. And so there's a charge already laid out in our code that says that essentially to advocate and provide advice for city council, but it's at the request of council on the charge of council. And so with this already laid out, I mean, we need to be following our code as far as what's charged for each of our boards and commissions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And so I by no means want to squash creativity of people who are passionate about any of the issues that they sign up to advocate for. It's more in terms of let's find things that are important to them that tie back to our strategic plan, because they do have a lot of great ideas. But just like us, we only have a limited amount of time and money to do things. And so it's more in trying to help hone in and move the needle so that they actually are accomplishing more. So I don't disagree with you about their voice and being able to use that. That's why we pick bright people for those boards and why it's competitive in my mind. It's because we want them to come and say, okay, in environmental advisory board, here's what the charge is, and here's some things that we want to go after our strategic plan. I just don't think that it would hurt them to have somebody help facilitate those ideas into action, much like they do with us.
Anything else? I would set this Friday as the deadline to get back to Abby so they can get going Monday. Or
And
whenever you want to.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. And one more issue. You do, because we did have such a large applicant pool in the spring, we do have a couple people left on the wait list. And I know of one vacancy already because that person's been vetted. Are we okay to use the current wait list, or would you like to start over? And either is fine with the clerk's office.
That was already in here, right? Is it another one? Because I saw a vacancy.
Yeah, we've had one, we had somebody step down from inclusivity board. I think it was last week. And I think there are 2 people left on the wait list. So after this, there would be 1 person left on the wait list.
I think we should fill it with, those people interviewed, we categorize them. and
Waiting.
They've been waiting. So I don't want them to start over again.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Everybody can get your names if you're concerned about anybody. Otherwise, give her a go ahead to proceed by Friday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Or
Some of the, what we're on, it just, some of these oh, never mind. This isn't the entire board. I relinquished my question.
okay, we need a 2-minute break. Since
Gets us so excited.
Yes.
Friendly.
Ready? May I introduce Mayor and then turn it over to the staff to present? I just have a few introductory comments on the topic tonight. First, before you for your consideration, discussion, and feedback is a water rate proposal for next year for 2023 for our ratepayers in our water utility. I would suggest that it's a modest rate proposal that is less than the escalation costs for the utility. In other words, it does in effect represent a form of cut for the rates because we're not mirroring back the costs, the escalation of costs for the utility, and staff will speak to how we're able to do that. The second point I would make is that included in the water rate proposal that you have before you for your consideration and feedback to us is a funding envelope for the water treatment facility options before you. And we do intend to come back at the earliest possible time to review in public session with you that short list of options. But for tonight's purposes, we will maintain that that position that in this rate model is a funding envelope for water treatment facilities. And we've been working very hard on those options to test and retest every assumption for the facility options. And we're tightening the nut on those capital costs. And what that means is that we have a higher confidence tonight for you with this water rate proposal that we can include a funding envelope in tonight's rate model. And that is included. The third point I would make is that tonight's session is designed as a workshop. So this is, as much as you would like it to be, it can be an interactive session, again, with us, where we can pull the model up and you can test assumptions in that model. The water treatment facility capital allocation could be one of those assumptions. We can run through the range that's included in this model and how it impacts the model outputs. So I just want to emphasize it's a workshop for your benefit to go through this water rate proposal and make sure that you're comfortable and that you've had every opportunity to ask your questions and provide feedback to us. I know that Councillor Baker advanced some questions yesterday for us. We will endeavor to answer as much of those as we can today, but we didn't have enough time in advance of this evening to prepare all those answers, but our staff is here to do the best that they can on those questions, Councillor. So with that having been said, I would like to introduce Sarah Borgers, our interim Public Works and Utility Director, and Brian Donahue, who should be very familiar to you by now. And thank you, Brian. Brian's our Business Operations Administrator, and he's here to, among many other things, assist you with going through the model inputs and outputs if you so desire.
Cool.
Great. Thank you, Jody. I think he did a great job of kind of buttoning this up. Just to reiterate what Jody said, this is an interactive session. It's a workshop. We do have a few PowerPoint slides just to help us kind of remember what the model looks like and kind of introduce some specifics that we've put a placeholder in the model for. We do have 4% rate increases for water and 6% for wastewater. And as we get in the model, I think you'll start to see why we are looking at those numbers. They are the same numbers that we looked at earlier this year with council when we were doing the rate reduction discussions earlier this year. And Councillor Baker, we do have a number of those answers for your questions put together. I think a lot of those are going to be more beneficial if we can put those together in written format and in an email, if that works okay for City Council. We'll have that put together here shortly. I think there might be some little one-off questions we can answer tonight, but by and large, it might be better to see graphs and things in a written email later. Yes, ma'am.
Is there a way that the community can see that response? I don't know how you would maybe add it to the.
Is there a method we could? Certainly, it's public.
We do have also the Water in Westminster website that we created where we were tracking questions and answers on this on the topic. So we can revive that website page and add these questions to it and answers, and that will build nicely towards the next public session on this, where you may be considering an action.
I'm just curious because there was a question tonight and a couple times about just an update. Can we make sure that that site has relevant updates or ones that we can share with the public in our process? Just because we've had questions, and I think we put that up, so it would make sense to put some of those updates so we can point people to it.
Absolutely.
And I'm sorry, but that was for the water plant discussion,
Yeah,
correct?
just in general, any of these things
Absolutely.
because they all tie in, and I know the public is obviously wanting to know whatever we can share.
Absolutely. And so that you know as well, we do have in draft format already an info only that we're going to share that'll have as much as we're able to share related to those discussions as
Great.
well.
Thank you.
And we could talk about method in that memo and get that out to the public as well.
Fantastic.
And I just remind council, when we give something that big to staff on a Sunday, and they have Monday, probably had things to do, and all they do is answer our questions, it becomes hard. We're doing 2 weeks in advance agendas. So we need to work harder at getting things sooner to these folks if we want answers, because we cannot blame them for our lateness. So I think getting them to us in written form so that we can see it. However, I'm sure, have they spent over 3 hours on this?
Probably today we have.
And you have more that you didn't get answered?
Correct.
So that should have come to council to even see if they should spend that much time. So thanks.
Appreciate it. All right. With that, one other thing I have jotted down here, I just want to make sure I'm saying out loud, and Jody did mention this as well, is with this 4%, we do feel confident that within this envelope that we're going to talk about today, that we can make a water treatment plant option happen. And staff has been working really hard. We know that this is one of the key issues that council is interested in for the utility. And so we're working hard to make sure that we're making that as effective and cost effective and as operationally effective as possible. So just know that we're working hard on that and hope to have more information to you on that soon. With that, I'll let Brian, the master of the model, take over and walk us through the models that he set up.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Councilors for allowing me to present to you this evening. We just have a short presentation we'll walk through real quick, and then we'll get into the interactive session. I'll introduce the models to you to re-familiarize yourselves with what you want to look at, what you can manipulate, and then we'll start talking about different scenarios and what you would like to see. Next slide, please. So what we have prepared for you is 3 water fund scenarios, and we're going to present those interactively. And it's really based upon prior city council communications. And what I mean by that is previous presentations by our city engineers, and the different options as it relies on the water treatment plant and then a defined CIP program. The proposed budget is based on rate increases previously discussed with City Council. And as Sarah mentioned, a 4% for water fund rate that allows for water plant renovations / new construction, and a 6% wastewater fund rate that allows for necessary regulatory enhancements. Next slide, please. Water scenario 1. This includes the following: approximately $170 million water treatment plant project, a defined 2023 through 2027 capital improvement program. What I mean by that is this includes other projects throughout the water system that are in need of repair or replacement. So we've included not only the treatment plant costs, but also a defined program as defined by our engineers. This strategy includes $15 million of ARPA funding and general fund contributions, and $3 million from our rate stabilization reserve. Next slide, please. Water scenario 2. What changes here is that approximate number for water treatment plant increases to $220 million. Again, a defined program, 23 through 27 for capital improvements, above and beyond the water treatment plant, 15 million ARPA funding and general fund contributions, and again, the 3 million from the rate stabilization reserve. Next slide, please. Water scenario 3, the approximate construction costs here go up to 300 million. The defined program stays the same contributions from ARPA and general fund and the rate stabilization reserve. Next slide, please. I think council's familiar with this slide. This comes from CU Business Leads School and really shows what we're facing as far as inflation. In June of 2020, we're experiencing inflation rates at 2.6%. That number jumped from 4 to 4.2% in 2021 and to a rate of 19.7% in 2022. So some unprecedented numbers in inflation recently felt and experienced by the utility. Next slide, please. This slide tries to illustrate some customer bill impacts. We have our low water user at 36,000 gallons per year. This is approximately 25% of our customers. We have our average user in the middle that shows 83,000 gallons per year. This is about 50% of our customers. And then high users at about 150,000 gallons per year. And this is approximately 25% of our customers. We tried to show a January bill and the implications there, a July bill, and the implications during the irrigation season, and then really the total impact on a yearly basis on the right.
This is with the 4% increase, so not inflation.
No, this considers a 4% water increase and sewer, a 6% sewer increase.
Okay, thank you.
Together in conjunction.
That's the net change, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Just the delta.
Let's make sure that's clear.
Sorry, so we also want to clarify, this is just the change to the bill, not the total bill.
So this would be the increase over 2022.
Might want to add some detail to that slide.
That was not clear until you clarified it.
We can certainly get as much detail as you like.
That's really cheap. That's still on inflation.
All right, smart.
Next slide, please. Any questions thus far?
See any.
All right. Let me navigate into presentation mode, so just allow me a moment. This will be the toughest part.
Baker?
Because we raised the second the total annual usage. So it stayed the same. Breakdown is smaller quarter, because it was going to say, don't most, all but 1,000 users fall into the second tier now. But you didn't do the data that way. I answered my own question. Thank you.
I'm afraid to correct this.
I think you got it.
I'm gonna request you don't ever put me on the screen like that again.
You want me to get the sock out? The mask, the camera mask, does that scare you?
I was looking up there, I could see my bald spot on that TV. Which is both.
So if I may refamiliarize you all with this dashboard, and this is really the master control that's fed by all these tabs behind it with all the current data, O&M, debt service, all our expenses and revenues, and I'll show you that on later lines through here. This is the most up-to-date version of the financial models. The first line I'll draw your attention to is row 6. And this is where we really adjust the rates. And you can see a 4% in 2023 and 4.5% for 2024 and all out years. So anything you see in green, we can manipulate. I'll draw your attention to debt issues on row 10. This is where we use the strategy of bond funding along with rates to actually fund the necessary CIP improvements that we've defined as a utility. Row 12 speaks to debt service coverage. This is a calculation that we like to have above 1.20 from finance. And this is really the net revenue available for debt service over the current debt service obligations. So this model is triggered to go red when there's issues that we might face. And in the past, our target was 1.5. And we've, in conversations with finance, been able to speak to 1.20. And this does combine with the sewer fund to have an overall debt service coverage for the utility. When we look at the capital improvement fund, this is really our cash ending balance and how we balance the model. This is really our capital project reserve, in other words. And you can see in years 2022, that number may be familiar. That number is about 65 million. As we move on down the model.
Councilor Baker?
Why does the cash ending balance go up $20 million between 2022 and 2023? You didn't see any borrowing on it. Is that the expected excess we're going to make from rates?
Yeah, I could show you that when we get there. I was just going to get to that question there, and I'll show you the revenues and expenditures. This is really what feeds the model. You can see our rate revenues. We'll look at 23, or actually, let's look at 2022. So you can see our rate revenues, and what I wanted to point out here was our tap fee revenues. We've adjusted those down from 6.5 million to 1.5 million. That's what we're experiencing today with development. And then we've put that number conservatively at 5 million for all out years. That number typically is 6.5 million conservatively, since our last 10-year average on tap fees is about 8.5 million. And then miscellaneous revenues for total funding of about 50 million. Then we get down to our CIP program, our O&M costs, our debt service obligations for our total expenditures. And then you can see really this line that's red here, which is the net operating surplus over deficit for capital improvement funding. And really it's just the difference between the total funding and the total expenditures. When we start to look at rows 24 and out years, you really see where our expenditures exceed quite handsomely our revenues due to that large capital improvement program, especially the water treatment plant. Bond issue terms, I'll point your attention there. Right now we have an interest rate at 3.5%. We're comfortable in talking with finance that's a good number for us. During the last process, just for your information, that coupon rate was at 2%. So with interest rates rising, that does put pressure on the model and the need for specific rates and debt issuance. Lastly, I'll show you on the right the debt to CIP ratio. and that's at 45%. So when you think about that percentage, we talk about a range of 40 to 60%, with 40% being in the lower risk category and 60% or above being in a higher risk category. And what I mean by that is if we take out above this mark and need some emergency repairs and need to go out for additional funding, that puts us at a higher risk to do so. Any questions so far?
Credit rating risk.
Bob, do you want to make a comment on credit rating risk as the debt to capital increases that impacts the credit ratings and coverage ratios and so forth? But would you care to add to that?
Bob Byroff, Treasury Manager. Good evening. And it's not a simple calculation. We consulted with Hilltop Securities, who is our advisor, and there are several factors that go into a rating change. Now, that said, the incremental change, particularly on the front end, right now we're AAA, AA plus. So let's say if we did go down a grade, it would probably go down and change the kind of the cost just a few basis points. Now, as you go down lower in quality, of course, that is going to expand. But based on the preliminary numbers of looking at what Hilltop, based on our good credit, the risk is low at the moment, particularly if we keep the ratios, as Brian articulated there, with the coverage ratio of 120 or better for additional bonds tests. And we also have a rate maintenance test, which is 110%. And that is another number that we look at as well. So looking at the model at the moment, you know, the ratios are such that there's not a concern that our rating would decrease significantly, if at all.
And that's for all the options?
Well, we'd have to look at those in greater detail. So, but we will do that though, depending on what your desire would be. We would have an in-depth conversation with the advisor to ensure that, okay, let's look at the risk here and where are we going to fall if we do fall.
But you said that we don't have a risk to, which option doesn't have a risk?
Well, what option do you have here?
I'm going to show you all the options, and I think the options will illustrate, the different risks. And I'll talk about the difference in the CIP ratio, the debt service calculation as we get into higher costs. So this first model is 170 million. And then we'll talk about a price tag around 220 million, and then we'll talk about 300 million. And then there's variations of all in between, depending on what the outcomes are from the engineering team. But these are really the numbers that you've seen associated with a water treatment plant. So we want to at least show you this and then come back to you with some better scenarios if the outcomes are better with engineering.
Right. But the credit rating risk has not been assessed for the higher options, is what you said. Okay. So we will be getting that.
We would look at that.
So just to remind you, this first scenario includes $170 million for a water treatment plant, and that's in years 24 through 26. A defined CIP 23 through 27. That's projects above and beyond a water treatment plant. $15 million of ARPA funding and general fund, and $3 million of RSR.
You scroll to 2033.
Lastly, I'll say,
Sorry,
yeah,
there was a question. Can you
sure,
scroll
yeah.
to 2033?
2033?
Yeah.
Yes, I can. That's leading into my next bullet point is that this particular model balances to year 2032. So you can see 2033 in all out years. We do not have any debt built into these years. So we would certainly want to manage that piece and then talk about rates as well if you wanted to manage this model to a year other than 2032. During the 2022 process for rates, the desire at that time was to balance to 2032.
I would note that this model, as the others are, is built on a stable rate increase each year. So not an up and down rate increase. So you'll see in this case, 4.5% in each and every year. Of course, City Council each and every year reviews with staff the rate for the coming year. So those out years are very hypothetical because they're built on 10 years of City Council decisions each and every year. But it's important to, I think, if you note that this is a stable rate increase environment through all the out years.
So just to clarify, that's 4% increase every year, not 4.5% across the board.
That's 4.5%
increase each
year. You
year.
want to describe that?
Yeah, it's a 4%. It would be a 4% increase in 2023 for all categories, and then a 4.5% increase in all out years, essentially. And that's this particular version of the model. We can manipulate that rate interactively if you'd like to see something different there. What I'll point to you as well is with this amount of debt funding that you see over a 10-year period, we're really balancing the model to the minimum. When I say that, it's below, this particular version should be at about $3 million. So we could pull down this particular debt issuance down a certain level.
The minimum cash reserve line 18, you remind me, is that something that we're just saying, yeah, we're keeping 3 million in here, and that's
the policy.
That's not accruing, though. We're not like putting 3 million into it. It's
no,
just
that's essentially what we're balancing the model to, and that's really the minimum for the policy, for the CPR policy is $3 million minimum.
It's like a rainy day account. Keep a little bit in your account in case the water heater breaks.
And in this particular version of the model, this debt to CIP ratio is in the less riskier category at 45%.
But this is still that lowest option, right?
Yes. Yep. This is 170 million. Plus a defined CIP above and beyond. So you could see, I'll just point, if I may, to in the model here, you're looking at total expenditures. And a CIP program in 24 at 74 million.
So then in 2033, when we go to red, our solution is likely to be pull out more debt and then increase our debt ratio?
We look at the debt ratio in a 10-year period. So, that's really like a long-term solution. This is looking at.
So if we literally did what's showing in 2022 to 2032, and didn't stray from that, we're in the red 2033, and we have to do something to change.
We would have to either increase the rate or take out more bonding or decrease the CIP program. And just to remind you, all out years past 27 are just set at 24 million.
For CIP.
It's an average CIP. So the 24 million comes from an average 10-year CIP.
I would say for anyone listening to keep in mind that city council sets the rate for the next year, and they do that each and every year. So this shifts out a year each time. In terms of that projection, it's really just a projection to show you that this model, this rate that you're considering this year, would work. But that you still have each and every year after that a full decision matrix in front of you. So it's just an effort to show you how it would run out with consistent rate increases that are in what you see here. But we can model any percentages in here that you wish to see tonight.
But it works only, this, just to be clear, this is the lowest cost option for the plan.
So yes, the number that was cited is $170 million for a water treatment facility work.
I'm curious to see what the other two options are. And I'm curious to see the CIP ratio for those. More specifically, because a 10-year plan that shows us in the red is concerning to me. Just, we should be planning for the future, not the next 10 years.
Should we move on to the next scenario?
Yeah.
Councilor Baker.
Could you answer my question of how we got to $85 million at the end of 23 from 65? Because I think we had excess of $15 million.
You can see that right here.
Okay.
So
where's the other
the
five?
total funding versus the total expenditures were plus 15 million.
Right.
So this number jumps up to 85 million, and that's
But
a
it
function-
didn't jump from 65
it's a
and add
fun-
15.
it's a function of how we're distributing the ARPA funds, I believe, but let me confirm that for you. So yeah, that's correct. So what we've done with the ARPA funding is spread that out over a 3-year period. And then you could see, so that would be a total of 15 million and then 3 million in the RSR, rate stabilization reserve.
And why did we spread it out?
You have to use it by what, 2025? Don't we have to use ARPA dollars by a certain?
First
expiration?
24.
Well, we qualified, let me go ahead and answer the reason for spreading that out. First, this is an enterprise fund and has certain restrictions under the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights and the amount of general support that can come into the fund. Our city has qualified all of its ARPA receipts under revenue replacement. And we've deposited those into our general fund. We've taken possession of all the cash. So while this appears to be spread out, this will be complete by January of 2023, which is just 15 months from now, and allow us to preserve all of the enterprise status and abilities of the utility while getting these funds transferred in within something like 15 months from tonight, to have all these funds transferred and meeting all the requirements of the Tabor limitations for funding from outside of the utility.
So it's only on the chart that it's spread out.
Well, it is indeed spread out into those three calendar years, but January 1st of 2023 is fast approaching. We'll be here before we know it, and certainly before any major water treatment facility would be completed or in full construction at that point.
Yeah, the timing in essence changed on the water treatment plant to really near term to a little bit later. So 24, 25, and 26 versus 23, 24, and 25. For this particular versions of the modeling.
And I see borrowing of 183 million. So the other 13 million is prepaid interest, or is it other CIP projects, or?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
The borrowing shown on the chart is $183 million. This is the low scenario of 170 for the water plant.
Mm-hmm.
So the other $13 million is other CIP projects or prepaid interest or what?
Exactly. Yeah, it defines 23 through 27 CIP above and beyond a water treatment plant. And then
Thank you.
the debt service coverage. Let's pull up scenario number 2. This is a $220 million water treatment plant. The same criteria apply. Defined CIP, $50 million of ARPA and general fund, $3 million of RSR use, and then all out years at 24 million out to 2040. 4% in 23, 4.5%, 24, and all out years. The necessary debt issuance. And then the debt to CIP ratio, really the main takeaway here from this increase, jumps from 45% to 63%. The main difference from scenario 1 to scenario 2 is the level of debt funding and the cost of the treatment plant. The 23 through 27 defined CIP remains the same.
Yes, sir.
And this shows we're borrowing $307 million.
So this was a concept that was new for me too, getting into these models. I think we're very accustomed to our personal finances where we get a loan for, say, a home. We're going to get a mortgage for a home. And so you've got that 1-for-1. This is very much more making sure that from year to year we have cash in the bank. And so it's not necessarily geared towards, we'll have to say, here's the projects that will be funded by it, but it's not necessarily a 1-for-1 for the project. It's more just making sure that we have cash from year to year in the model, if that makes sense.
So it's 220 million for the water plant and then 83 million more for other CIP projects.
Over the course of multiple years.
Right.
Yeah.
Councilor Mel.
I just see how sensitive is a water rate increase or change with this model. So if it was just 5%,
Sure.
I'd be really curious to see how much that impacts our debt ratio.
Absolutely.
If you guys would humor me just to see.
Starting in 24 with 5%?
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious to see like, what does that do? I'm not proposing that right now. I just want to understand the sensitivity.
So we're at 63% debt to CIP ratio in this current condition.
By pretty fast.
We'll change the 4.5% to 5, 24 and all out years. And what this will allow us to do is to adjust the debt down and reduce the debt to CIP ratio. And again, we're balancing to the minimum about 3 million. So just allow me to play with this for a moment. That's good.
And while Brian's doing that, one thing that he continues to remind me as we're going through these is just because we're showing something in the model that we're going out for bond issuance in a certain year, that's really more of a conversation when we get into the nitty gritty of when and how we would do any sort of bond issue. That's something we work with on finance to make sure that that's makes sense from a more detailed perspective. So I'll add that caveat since I've been reminded multiple times.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's really just a mechanism to balance the models. You know, how we would strategize actually taking out this debt would certainly be a team effort with finance and all different types of funding mechanisms. So the current condition now is a 4% in 23, 5% for all out years. We reduced the need for debt. And that ratio comes down to 59%.
So slim. Okay, thank you for that illustration.
So does that lack of sensitivity to that change imply that we cut rates too deeply or some other factor? Because that didn't go down much. So is either not enough revenue or something else?
It certainly helps as you increase rates. That has a compounding effect over time. So if that rate even in 23% is a 5, it'll be impactful. As you go to out years, certainly, 4.5 to a 5, a half a point, maybe 5.5 would make a larger difference. But I think, as we get better numbers and maybe, some numbers that might reflect a lower cost, this need might go down as far as issuance, and that ratio would go down.
The compounding effect has always been my concern in general, because if you're looking at, there's been years that they increased it substantially as we have as a city, and that does compound. So it's not like, okay, it's $10 this year, but then that $10 next year is more than $10, and you're doing it on what, so it compounds year over year over year. So I'm just as much interested in seeing in 2032, what's the rate per 1,000 gallons in each tier, because, that's, I understand. And that's why I think it's important to try to match it as closely as possible to some sort of cost of living that we know most people are going to get. Because the reality is yeah, we have to pay for it, but we also have to live within our means, and our means living within the means of the people who live in the city. We squeezed them too hard, and I think that was heard loud and clear from the residents. So I just don't want to forget that point, and I would like to be able to understand, from an actual what's the cost per 1,000 gallons compounded over the same view, so people understand what the true impact is, what that rate's going to actually be in 2032.
I think that's a really interesting question, and I think one of the discussions that comes out of that's we've really dealt with more this year than we have previously is how inflation interacts with what our rate structure is. And if normally, if inflation's kind of going at a normal level and we're increasing rates at a fairly normal level, and that kind of all evens out. In our current situation where we're seeing kind of inflation rates that I've not in my experience seen before, and maybe others have in theirs, it kind of puts a weird dynamic on that. And so I think that's a really interesting exercise in how to talk about that in terms of what inflation is doing as well. It gets to be a really interesting conversation. Yeah.
Certainly adds an extra painful dynamic to this.
I have a quick question. Okay. We've seen how CDPHE can affect cost in treatments. So how does if something changes, how do we address that? Does that come out of rainy day funds? Like how does that?
That's a really good question, and it's the question of the day across the industry. PFAS, for instance, being one of the primary ones that everyone's interested in right now. The cost to treat that can be quite large. Those costs are not included in any of the numbers that we're sharing here. And along with that, there's also legal cases and things against certain industrial users who have produced these chemicals. And so there may be federal dollars or state dollars that may be available. Generally, what we're seeing is that those dollars are not nearly enough to meet that bottom line cost. And so I think it's just something that we have to be aware of. Treatment for something like PFAS would not be a small dollar amount. It's not really in here as it is right now. And so it's a fantastic question, and it's something that the entire industry is grappling with right now, because it's not something that as an industry we're prepared to pay for those sorts of something that the CDPHE, EPA may come and just tell us one day that we've got to do. a great question. I wish I had a better answer.
Does the model factor in changes in like bond rates or estimated increases in bond rate based on current economic?
It does escalate for construction costs over time, but I would say modestly compared to what's actually happening in the markets right now. We do certainly have some level of cost escalation built in, but we're seeing unprecedented numbers as far as escalation in the 7-8% range. So as you delay a project, let's say that obviously the cost goes up for that particular project, X amount of dollars.
Okay.
We can figure that out. It would be difficult to do here, right, in this exercise, but we can understand what the cost differences would be if you said it's not going to get constructed in 24 through 26, but in years X, Y, and Z, we could figure out what that escalated cost could be generally. Any questions on scenario 2? All right, let's show scenario 3.
So I will say Brian and I just gave each other a look because scenario 3 is a doozy. I just want to acknowledge that up front. We recognize that this is not likely to be an option that council would want to consider. So I just want to say that out loud before we get into the details here.
We really felt that it was important to give you a bookend number on a water treatment facility. I can tell you that when we get to the point where we're reviewing this with you in public meeting to make a decision on the water treatment facility, we would not be recommending this amount or this model. That we are developing options that will come in significantly lower than this, but we felt like you really needed to see what this would look like, so you can bookend what it would look like in that scenario. But I can tell you we're going to come in much lower than this number with probably all but one of the options for you to look at.
So I'll just point your attention to row 6 here, and this is really the story with this particular scenario at $300 million for a water treatment plant, plus additional CIP. We're looking at the need for 16% rate increases in consecutive years, followed by 8% increases. And then we become somewhat cash heavy in out years, and those rate increases go down to 3%. And we carry minimal cash, and this particular version actually balances out till 2040 with the need for $244 million in bonds in 25.
Question. Can you explain to us and anyone watching why would you need to do the 16% up front? Like, why really high now and then less later?
It's really that price tag increases in that differential that you see on row 44 is really almost $100 million over 3 years. You can see that these 3 deficits right here combined are $317 million. So in other words, our funding or our expenditures far exceed our funding. So we couldn't, this number could be something greater than 244 and we could lower the rate. But in this particular scenario, the debt to CIP ratio is at 41% due to the high volume of CIP dollars needed. But just in order to get us through the near term, these rates would need to be at this level. Again, we could certainly lower them and increase the debt.
What's the ratio now?
41%. So we could increase that and lower these.
Sir Baker?
Yeah, so in this one, we're only borrowing 244 million, right? And in scenario two, we were borrowing what, 307 or 317?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
That's because of the rate of 16%.
okay. And to me, in
Consecutively.
all these scenarios, the biggest variable that we haven't looked at, and I think would need our complete attention, is the CIP spending. Because that's really where the whole thing falls. I mean, we have these high rates because of this enormous CIP spending. And of course, we don't have this in written form, but it doesn't appear to me that you kept all the CIP spending the same and only changed the amount we spent on the water plant. It looks to me like in every scenario, we spent more CIP, not only on the water plant, but in all the other projects.
The 23 through 27 CIP defined is the same in all three scenarios. The only variable that changes is the amount needed for the water treatment plant.
What about
in
in
these
the out years?
particular three scenarios? All out years are at 24 million, the average 10-year CIP plan. So years 28 through 2040 are set to 24 million. They escalate in the model for out years.
Could you roll up and show the CIPs?
Sir. So these are the, sorry, that's hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom in a bit on that. Is that a little bit better? That.
No, you had another part of that chart that had CIP as a line.
He meant the numbers
Oh, sorry.
in the spreadsheet model.
Sorry, I thought you were looking for actual projects there. So you're just looking for the, sorry about that.
Right there.
There you go.
Okay, and which scenario is that? That's number 3?
This is the $300 million.
Could you roll to the out years?
Yes, sir. And out years start in 28. And that cost is escalated.
That's the 24 million.
Yep. 24 million and all out years escalated over time.
Okay, and then could you go back to 2?
We wanted to see 2, just to double check.
Gotcha.
Scenario 2, right?
Right.
Thank you. You can see 28.
All the out years are the same 24 inflated.
Yes, sir.
$24 million inflated value.
That's
And
correct.
the only difference is in those 3 years, 25, 26, and 27.
24, 25, 26. That's
Okay,
the one
24,
variable
25,
that changed.
26.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we have this model? Can you lower the rates on this model on scenario 3, those first 2 years?
Yep.
And increase the debt?
So, 100. What level would you like to see in 23 and 24?
Match it with scenario 2, whatever that was.
So start with the 4%.
4%?
To the 4.5%.
Oh, it won't balance. So we would need to move the debt up. Let me try that. Any other changes before I
Change
manipulate the debt?
4.5%.
Change 24 on to 4.5.
4.5? Okay, thank you. Bear with me here.
And just kind of narrate what he does. It's not Monday Night Football, but it's a little less exciting, but still interesting. He's trying to get, he adds money into the debt service, and he's looking at that ending balance on line 19, just to make sure that it's positive.
And what we balance to is this 3 million. So we can take a little bit off of that. Thank you, Sarah, for that.
Need the color commentator in the background.
We need that. I don't know if I'm your person for that, but
Graduated.
It was John Madden when he knew.
That's right.
So that balances through 2029. Let's see what the CIP ratio is at 66% in this condition. And you can see some glaring issues here with the debt service coverage calculation being below 1.20. Again, this would be combined with sewer, but not sure we would be comfortable in this range.
City Manager Andrews, did you say that you have that you'll show us another model for the 220 million that is lower cost? Is that what you said earlier?
Another treatment facility cost?
Model. I thought you mentioned that there's another model for the 220 million option that's not as costly as this one.
I didn't mean to say that, but we can run any numbers on that 220 model. So we can go to that. I think this is that scenario. Is it the 220 scenario?
This is just 300, but we can model something lower than that 220. We could do 200, 190, 200.
200 might be an interesting one to do.
So I guess my question is, if council decides that the $300 million option is the best for the health, safety, and resiliency of the city long term, we are precluded from doing so based off of the financial model. Because this obviously doesn't work. 66% is a crazy ratio, right? So is there a financial model that would work for all three options, just so we know that we're not precluded from choosing an option, is my question. That's what I'd like to see, a model that makes sense financially, so we're not going into those discussions already hamstrung for not being able to pay for it.
So I might jump in and say, these are my words, maybe Jody will kill me later. I would agree with you that 300 million is probably not feasible. And what I would also say is that a project that would cost that amount of money is also probably not going to be the most advantageous plant option, or even from an operational perspective. So I think there's going to be better operational proposals that will be well below 300 million. So this was really just as an exercise so you could see how much that cost. I think our recommendation will not be an option that costs this much.
And I was going to say something similar.
Yeah.
At this point, until we're able to come back and go through it, and that will be very, very soon, the plant treatment options. Please don't take away the sense that a $300 million option generates a different set of outputs necessarily for the plant, that cost may be driven by inputs and constraints versus outputs. And so if we could keep, stay open, that there are a lot of drivers on what we're going to bring back to you for plant cost options, but they're not all going to be related to the output of that facility. And in fact, what Sarah said was almost the opposite of that for some options. There may be some lower cost options that produce a better output scenario because of less operating constraints imposed and those sorts of things. So I know we're speaking in very general terms, but it does set the conversation really well, I think, for your consideration of these options when you do receive them. And one of them is to remember tonight, and please test us on all these inputs right now, to remember the $300 million constraints and modeling when you come to make your deliberations on the treatment facility options, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that, because that was my biggest fear. But I trust that you guys wouldn't give us cheaper options just so it fits. Yeah, but thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I mean, I guess my question lends to, bottom line is, what are you suggesting? Because to me, you've given us options of what it could cost. We haven't seen what the actual cost is. What some of the feasible options are, what you probably at this point have some idea of what you're going to recommend to us, even if it's, multiple, here's our first choice, second choice, whatever it is. So does the 4% continue us on the right path? Because that's really what I need to know in order to make a good decision. Because the rest of this, are could be's, and it doesn't sound like they're probably things that you would actually propose to us.
I thank you for the question. Preparing for that future work, and staff can add to this. The rate model that you see that shows 4% for 23 and 4.5% in every out year after that, I can tell you will provide a funding envelope for the water treatment facility options that will provide for all, likely provide for all of your options to be open, with the exception of this one that would be an outlier in the $300 million range. If that makes sense. So our work right now is we're honing in at the same time as we're doing this work with you. We have a high confidence interval that all but one of the options will be preserved for you in this funding envelope, and the only one that wouldn't be would be one that would be in this scenario 3, which we would, as staff has said, we will. I can tell you we would not recommend that to you.
Okay. That makes sense. I know it's difficult without being able to pair those two things together, and I think that's what makes it frustrating or confusing to folks. I appreciate the work being done. I mean, for me, the closest we can stay to 4%, in future years, for all the reasons I've mentioned tonight, and for the 6 years that I've been here, it stays the same. Like, it's just, I understand we have to fund this and we have to take care of the infrastructure, but we just can't kill the residents doing it. So I appreciate all the hard work that's been put into this, and I look forward to getting to see what the actual options are. But I don't have any heartburn over what you've shown us if we're staying in that 4.5% range for me.
Anyone else? Anybody want to change any numbers on anything? How's our playtime?
It doesn't involve pi. It's not real math. So 3.14 in there.
Gonna make a meme.
Got to make a meme about it.
And Brian, with this whole thing, do you have nightmares at night, or
Where's that tab?
dream of tabs or the cells? And
I'll say I was up a little bit last night.
oh my gosh, unbelievable!
Sometimes it's hard to forget these numbers all the time. Happy to
But all the things that you put together, and when we had our one-on-one meetings, and we all who could came to just test for if we could run out of water and those kinds of things. All of the things you've all put together have just been incredible. So I just want to thank you guys for the hard work to get us to understand. And if we do this, here's what it is. If we do this, that was just fascinating to me. Yep, I'll just
also add that I love this model. It's so helpful. You should patent it. Sell it to other communities.
Yeah.
Make us some money.
Make it an app.
So anything else, folks? Thank you so very, very, very much.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Brian, thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
I'd also like to acknowledge Art Ray stayed with us for this whole conversation from IT. Appreciate that, Art.
He's our hero.
He's gonna put the app together, right?
Yeah, in his spare time.
Everybody ready to-
Mention you because you got introduced
Going?
earlier.
Yeah.
But appreciate it.
Okay.
I don't remember what the exact question is right now.
Right.
We have reason for executive session.
Oh, yeah.
We do, Mayor, and the council's already voted to enter the executive session to discuss a proposed economic development agreement. So when we're able, and like, we can switch over from our live stream to the executive session and begin the recording.
Uh-oh, he unplugged and didn't.
No, I'm like, how is that still up?
There you go. Oh, there it is. Like, okay, I see it out there. It's like this.
It's shiny.
Oh, no.
Aw.
Horrible. I'm gonna get a tattoo right there in my.
You like that Harry Potter character?
Oh, like that alien house. Area 51.
So are you reading into open session or shall I go ahead and convert us to exec?
We can convert to the executive session.
Okay, so we are
whenever
signing
you're
off now. Thank you, everyone.